Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show, 15 Minutes of Success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I was born in a little village. I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
I'm Kennedy Harris. My genius is being an entrepreneur. I'm the CEO of K-Lock, a company where I develop my very own line of kids supplements. I currently market my multivitamin for kids to help combat weak immunity. During the pandemic, research has shown that having a strong immune system is key to fighting off disease. My vitamins are for kids, but adults can benefit from them as well. I'm adding a proprietary blend to my supplement line. I want to create my own blend so that I have a competitive edge in the marketplace. Staying healthy is important to me so that we live longer and have healthier lives. My website is klockproducts.com. That is Klock. Genius is common.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
How's everybody doing out there? It's your man, Demetrius L. Brown, a.k.a. The Business Point God. Guess what? I am launching my new show June 7th, 9 a.m., Understanding the Play. What is Understanding the Play about? I'm glad you asked. It's a lot of great people doing great things out here. They just don't have all the right tools and knowledge that they need to get to that defined level of success. Guess what? I'm bringing the right people in. I'm bringing the right tools in with explanation. Yes, with explanation. Of course, we're going to motivate you, but we're going to educate you so that you can get to that level and you can get to the momentum, reaching that next level of success.
Tune into Understanding the Play with the Business Point Guard.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
And good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations, and welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Coach Kimberly Williams, and I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Now, today we have a keynote speaker named Will Baptiste. He is a trilingual Haitian native residing in Quebec, Canada. That's a transformative leader empowering men to rise globally. Will to Rise is birthed out of.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Demetrius L. Brown. He has over 18 years experience in radio, technology, and marketing. He started his media career in radio at Intercom Communication, Greensboro. As a proud board operator and weekend on-air talent at 102 Jams, on one of the top radios in America. Within his first 2 years, Demetrius became the head board operator and executive producer for all live broadcast events, such as Stuff the Bus, Super Jams, Birthday Bash, BET Awards, Friday Night Live, Friday Night Football, and NCAA East Carolina University football on WPET, a sister radio station at Intercom. Demetrius continued to dominate the radio industry by becoming a marketing director for 97.1 WQMG and then the traffic director for 97.1 WQMG, 93.1 WPAW, and 1510 WEAL of Intercom Greensboro. In the midst of Demetrius learning and working his way up the corporate ladder of the radio industry, he also became a student of technology, new innovations, and where innovation was taking the world. I want to introduce to you none other than Mr. Demetrius L. Brown.
How you doing?
So good morning to you, and thank you so much for joining us here on the Black Business Network. I'm excited to hear from you. And how are you this morning?
I'm doing good. How are you doing today, Coach?
I am doing well. Genius is coming, and I'm going to see you on the other side.
How's everybody doing this morning? Again, my name is Demetrius L. Brown. And again, I started my radio career at Intercom Communication in 2003. I got into radio because I saw where radio was in our community, the effectiveness in our community. And I saw that our community wasn't getting back what we was putting into our radio stations. And then by working in radio, I realized communication is, we have to have effective communication, how important communications is when we're doing business, when we're dealing with certain people, and especially in our Black communities. You know, people communicate with us when they want something, when they want our money, they want our votes and things like that. But, you know, being a business owner from Intercom, I went on to start FUBU Radio. I partnered up with the guys who own FUBU. Of course, you know, the FUBU brand started in 1992. Right now, sales are at $8.6 billion. But, you know, I saw where radio could go, and I opened my mouth. They say you always got to open your mouth and ask the question, because if you don't, you wouldn't get a yes, or you won't get a no. You will never know. So I approached FUBU Radio in 2014, said, hey, let's create FUBU Radio. With Keith Perrin, first, Keith Perrin said, we only know clothing. And a year later, he called me back. He said, hey, let's create FUBU Radio. So it was through my communication with a bigger brand, not being scared. So that's one thing. We can't be scared when we have to communicate, when we need to communicate. So through my communication and my faith and the effectiveness of the communication, being able to present a need and a want, and what the benefit can be of creating FUBU Radio, we launched FUBU Radio in 2015. And today I just really want to talk about the effectiveness of communication. I want to talk about dynamic communication. Dynamic communication can get you far. It can take you to levels that people cannot reach who don't communicate. Dynamic communication is the backbone to a successful organization. And again, don't be scared to communicate. I know a lot of people, they're scared to hear no. They don't want to hear no. But your no is not a final answer. Your no, it might be that stepping stone to get to that next level. Maybe you're not ready for that yes, but you have to keep communicating. You have to keep building your communication skills. You have to keep becoming that dynamic communicator so that you can reach your next level of success. And communication is a work in progress. We don't learn how to communicate until the day we die. So no one has mastered, you can't master communication, but you can master your level of communication or where you are. So if you're just starting a business, guess what? It's a level of communication there. If you've been in business for years, that's a level of communication in there. If you're an expert at what you do, there's a level of communication there. You just have to understand where you are, and you have to master that level of communication to become a dynamic communicator. So let me give you a few points of how to become a dynamic communicator. First, you have to build that foundation of trust. Yes, trust is the key thing. It's a key thing. If you don't have a foundation of trust with people, they're not going to listen to you. So anything you say is going to fall on deaf ears. So you have to build that foundation of trust. Know what you're talking about. And if you don't know, say you don't know, because people respect that even more if you say you don't know. But people don't respect you coming in, you acting like you do know, and a lot of people will test you. They will say certain things and see, okay, let me see if they pick up. And something you should know, if you claim to be like an expert or you know something, then people will be like, oh, they don't know what they're talking about. And they're not going to have a conversation with you to say, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. So real people who value their time, they gonna put in their heart, okay, they don't know what they're talking about. They're trying to give me a bunch of fluff, so I can't trust anything they say from this point. So I'm just going to not answer their call, not answer their text. I'm not just going to communicate with them. So to be a dynamic communicator, you have to build that foundation of trust. You must open communication. You must foster trust. So if you got a business, guess what? If you're the business owner, talk to your employees or your independent contractors. Be honest with them. If you're struggling with something, you can't make a payment, you can't do this as a business owner, be honest with the people. Don't have them go through excited about something and then you get the work done, you bust a bubble. No, you have to be honest from the get-go. If you are a coach out here, one thing I used to hate when people say, hey, let me make you a millionaire. Do you want me to make you a millionaire? My question is, are you a millionaire? So how can you make me something that you're not? Now, you could have said, hey, do you want to learn this process of becoming successful or becoming a millionaire like I'm going through now? I respect that statement even more than saying, hey, let me make you a millionaire, because you can't make me something that you're not. Now, you can show me the process that you're going through to get there. So your wording must be your wording is very important. So make sure you build that foundation of trust. That's the first thing in becoming a dynamic communicator. Clarity next, clarity and understanding. Be clear about what you're doing. Be clear about what you're saying. Make sure people understand what you are saying. But I want to back up. So that you can be clear and so that people can understand you must understand them. You must understand where they're coming from. So the first thing of communication is listening. So don't listen just to jump in to get your point across. Listen to understand. You must listen to understand who the person is across from you that you're talking to, that you're about to communicate. Because sometimes we're so quick to talk about what we're doing, what we got, how we're doing it, and blah, blah, blah. And we didn't hear nothing the person across from us said. But how can we be effective communicators? How can we be clear, and how can we help other people get an understanding when we don't have an understanding of them and we don't have a clarity of what they're talking about? Not because they didn't get their point across, it's because we didn't listen. We didn't listen to understand. We didn't listen to get a clear point of what they're saying. We was just listening so that we can jump in. It's like double dutch. So make sure to be a dynamic communicator, you're listening for clarity. You're listening for understanding. Then when you communicate back, you can communicate back clear to that person. You can communicate back with an understanding. So again, this show is Black Business Network. So we're talking to entrepreneurs out here. We're talking to seasoned entrepreneurs. We're talking to future entrepreneurs. So when you're in business, make sure you understand your customer. Make sure you understand your client. Make sure you understand your student if you're a coach. And I know sometimes we can be at certain levels in our business and we be like, man, we there. They don't know much because they brand new. No, just still listen to them, because I promise you, it's something that somebody who never been in business, they've been around business or entrepreneurship or finances, whatever, they can say something that a seasoned person can learn. Because guess what? As a seasoned business owner, we must pay attention to people's behavior around the product, around the service, around the brand, so that we can enhance what we're doing. So don't be quick. Don't be quick to judge or count somebody off because of how much time or they're brand new into something. Just listen and get clarity, because I promise you that one moment can help you take your expertise to that next level. So third point, enhancing team collaboration. Now, communication is about teamwork. How can you have a team if you don't communicate? See, I go by the business point guard. Why do I go by the business point guard? Because I help businesses win that championship. I help them get to that next level. But guess what? It had to be a team effort. And we can't be a team if I'm not listening to you. We can't be a team if I don't have dynamic communication skills or effective communication skills. And the first thing to have great skill is trust. So if I'm presenting myself, if I got all the answers without even knowing what the problem is, guess what? You're not going to trust me, because you're going to be like, he's not even listening to me. He don't have an understanding. He's just going based on his expertise. And, you know, and that's not building trust. You have to listen to people so that you can be an effective team. And I don't care if you have employees, independent contractors, or you just have someone who's coming in to do your service, or virtual assistant. Guess what? At that moment during that season, they're your team. And you must learn how to rally around your team through effective communication. That circle, that huddle, that's a huddle of communication. When they break, before they break, that quarterback or that point guard, they're giving a play. They're giving a play. Guess what? That quarterback, he got somebody in his ear, somebody who have looked over the whole field or looked over the whole court, which is part of, with their eyes, they're listening, they're seeing, okay, this play didn't work because of this. This play didn't work because of that. So they got a clarity. So now in the earpiece, that quarterback is listening, say, hey, don't run this play because this is the way it didn't work. So run this play. So in that circle, guess what he's doing? He's communicating to his team. He's communicating. Let's talk about football. He's communicating to the lineman. He's communicating to the running back, to everybody else to say, okay, hey, this is the way we got to go. So just imagine if one of the linemen didn't listen to the play, so they're running a whole nother play, the lineman doing another play, that quarterback's going to get sacked. That play is not going to work. So to have an effective team, you have to have dynamic communication skills. And if you're the leader, guess what? You have to bring that team together through communication. And the team, and people know if you're about yourself. So make sure you enhance team collaboration. Then next thing for communication, embrace diversity. You got to embrace diversity. You're going to deal with different people with different mindsets from different backgrounds. And again, who have been through different traditions. You know, we all have different traditions. We all have been taught different ways to do things. You know, we have to embrace diversity. Not saying, you know, you have to transform yourself, you know, or you have to be what this next person is. No, by embracing diversity, that means you're bringing your skill with their skills, with their skills. It's like Transformers. You have different Autobots, you have different vehicles, you have different pieces coming together to make one big Megatron, to make one big machine. And that's diverse, because if you understand Transformers, if you ever seen Transformers, you have different vehicles, being from tanks, smaller cars, or trucks. They come together to make one big machine, and that's diversity. You have groups of people from different walks of life who learn different ways, who have value, who can come together as one. You can bring your skills together as one, and y'all can do great things together. But again, to be a dynamic communicator, an effective communicator, you must embrace diversity. And don't judge people. Don't judge people because you don't know where they came from or what they did. Man, we didn't do it this way over here. We didn't do it this way over here. That's cool. You didn't do it this way over there, because it's more than one way to do anything. It's more than one way to do anything. So don't put in your mind, just because you learned this way, that's the only way to do it. Because then you're putting up walls, and you're blocking out communication. You're blocking out this person. You're blocking out this person because you're stuck in your way. And I promise you, you won't be successful. You will not be successful if you're blocking out people, because we can't do this thing by ourselves. We cannot do this thing by ourselves. And if you just tuned in, you are here at the Black Business Network. This is the Black Business Olympic. We are in day 2, September edition, and we're talking about communication. We're talking about dynamic communication. And again, so for you to be successful business owner or whatever it is that you do, you have to be an effective and a dynamic communicator. We're going to use the word dynamic, because we are in a different season. We can't just be good. We can't just be good. We must be dynamic and communicating. So the first thing I said, we must build a foundation of trust. The second thing is clarity and understanding. The third thing is enhancing team collaboration, because guess what? This might not be your employer, but this might be your independent contractor. This might be your virtual assistant. This might be somebody you just working with for the day. But for that moment, that's your team, and you must embrace team collaboration. Embrace diversity. You must embrace diversity, because everybody is different. Everybody learn in different ways. Everybody has been through different things. So again, let's focus on being an effective, a dynamic communicator. And feedback. I don't know why, but a lot of people are scared of feedback. A lot of people don't want to hear feedback on themselves. But how do you grow? How do you learn? You have to receive feedback. If you're the only one giving feedback on yourself, guess what? You're not going to grow. You're not going to go to that next level. It's not going to happen, because guess what? Everything you do is good, is great, so it always takes somebody from the outside to give that constructive criticism. Now, I'm not saying be judgmental. I'm saying allow people to give you constructive criticism, and you use what you want to use. You take what you want to take, and if you don't want to hear it, you don't want to use this piece, don't use it. But be open to criticism. Be open to it, because guess what? We all have things and flaws and faults that we have to change about us. So again, to be a dynamic communicator, you have to take feedback. You have to take effective criticism. So then conflict resolution. So some of us I've seen, and I used to be like this. I'm gonna be honest. So when I used to talk to someone, and if I feel like it won't go in the way I want it to go, I feel myself getting heated. Or if I'm having a conversation with one of my partners about something, I saw myself getting heated, and it got loud. They got loud. I got loud. And guess what? Nothing got resolved. Nothing got resolved, because they mad because I'm loud. I'm mad because they loud. I'm mad because I don't feel like they listening. They mad because they don't feel like I'm listening. And honestly, in all honesty, we wasn't. And that's poor conflict resolution. And you're going to always have conflict, period. You're going to have conflict, but you must know how to handle it, because I'm telling you, if you don't, you might say something in a moment that will destroy the whole relationship. You might say something in that moment that might destroy your whole character. You might say something in that moment that might destroy your whole business and destroy the whole foundation of trust that you spend a lot of time building. We are emotional creatures. We are emotional creatures, and if we don't know how to control our emotions, we're not going to be great we're not going to be great at solving conflict. We won't have great conflict resolution skills. So again, if you feel yourself getting heated, hot, guess what? Just say, let's pick up this conversation later. Let us both cool down. Or if it's not even another person who's say, let me just step away for a minute and let me get myself together and let's have this conversation. That's the best way to do that. That's part of being a dynamic communicator. Because if you brawling, you rah, nobody's hearing nobody. And the wall it's a wall there. Nobody's communicating. Your words are boom, boom. But guess what? That relationship is being torn down piece by piece by piece by piece, and your character is being diminish piece by piece as you are sitting there arguing and fussing with someone. So again, just make sure that you don't handle a situation in the heat of the moment. Just walk off. Just learn how to walk off. And the next thing is training and development. Guess what? We have to learn different things. So if we want to be a dynamic communicator, we have to learn how to communicate in the area that we're in or the area we want to be in. If you're believing to be the top CEO in the metaverse technology, guess what? You have to know the terminology. You have to know the metaverse terminology. You have to know the coding terminology. You must know this terminology. If you're a software developer, guess what? You must know the terminology, but it doesn't stop where you finish school at or wherever you got your degree. Guess what? Things are changing. Since the pandemic, verbiage of technology, different AI and metaverse and NFTs and, things, streaming. It's a lot of things within those words itself. AI, you have over 100 pieces of terminology in areas that go into AI. The metaverse, it's a lot of pieces that go with the metaverse. I mean, when it comes to streaming, it's a lot of pieces that go with streaming. Being from Matrix, everything have Matrix. So understand the terminology, what's going on in the areas you want to be in. If you want to be a coach, if you must communicate that you are continually growing. Because guess what? Coaching, if you're coaching somebody, coaching means that you're taking this person to the next level. And we have seasons. It's just like regular sports. Basketball, football, baseball, soccer, whatever, there are seasons. And guess what? After one season is over, not even when the season is over, but before going into that season, that coach know what he want to do. He know he want to win a championship. He know how he can win this championship because he studied all his players. He studied the other team's players. He studied ways to cultivate the different plays and different things like that so he can communicate that next level for that next season. Guess what? If that season was 0 and 10, he's going back to the drawing board. Each season, once the season is over, that coach is going back to the drawing board, figuring out, okay, how can we become effective in the next season? What is our goal for that next season? How do I communicate that to my team, to my coaching staff, to the head office? How do I communicate this thing? So what he does during the summer, he goes back, he study. And that's what we have to do too as business owners. We have to study where we are daily, weekly, however you want to do it, but things are constantly changing. So if you want to be a dynamic communicator, an effective communicator, and you want to build a brand to reach the level of success that you define for yourself, you must be a dynamic communicator, an effective communicator. But I'm going to end with this. I'm going to share these points again with you. And again, if you just tuned in, this is the Black Business Network. We are in the Black Business Olympics. This is September edition, and this is day 2 morning session. I am Demetrius L. Brown, CEO of FUBU Radio, and I was talking about effective communication, dynamic communication, and we know dynamic communication is the backbone to any successful organization. But I'm going to go down the points for you. So I'm going to give you a second if you was writing them down. All right, you're second up. First, build the foundation of trust. You must build that foundation of trust with whoever you're working with, whoever you are trying to communicate. 2, you must have clarity and understanding. So you must listen to get clarity and understanding so that you can communicate back clear and with a good, so that they can understand. You must enhance team collaboration. So whoever you're working with at that moment, guess what? Y'all are on the same team, and you must be able to communicate the play at that moment with your team. I don't care if it's a virtual assistant. I don't care if it's an independent contractor. I don't care what it is. If that person is with you right there and y'all are doing an assignment to get you to that next level, they are part of your team at that moment. Embrace diversity. Everybody think differently. Everybody come from different places. Everybody learn differently. So you must embrace so that you all can use your different skills to become one power. So if you're not embracing somebody else's diversity or somebody else's skills, somebody else's talent, and you think you know everything, again, like I said before, I promise you, you're not going to make it to that next level. So embrace diversity. Feedback. Be able to take feedback. Take feedback. Be able to take constructive criticism and give constructive criticism. And I want to tie that one in. I want to tie that in with clarity and understanding. If you are giving somebody criticism or you're trying to just help them, make sure you heard what they said. You really paid attention how they did it. And you're not in your mind to say, oh, I didn't do it that way, so let me criticize them or let me give them constructive criticism based on how I do it. No, it's not based on how you do it. It's based on getting the job done correctly, again, in a trustful manner. So say like if this person is talking and maybe they use some of the wrong words or something like that. It's all right to say, hey, that word you used it in the wrong way. I just wanted to let you know. So again, when you give feedback, think about how you give it and, think about how you want to receive feedback, but be able to receive feedback, constructive criticism, conflict resolution. Be able to walk away when things get heated, when things get hot, be able to walk away. Because again, you can tear some relationships apart. You can tear your character apart. If you are rowdy, y'all fussing, y'all arguing, be able to just walk away from conflict. And again, train yourself on a daily basis to learn different terminologies and different skills in your area to help you become that dynamic communicator. And I want to thank you all for having me.
Oh, thank you so very much, Demetrius, for sharing your expertise with us here. Those are some awesome nuggets that you've left us with. I'd like to ask you, how can we get in contact with you? Where can we find you?
Yes, at Demetrius L. Well, I'm sorry. Let me back up. At the Business Point Guard on Instagram
and the Facebook. Business Point Guard.
Yes.
And awesome. Thank you again for your time, and Genius is coming, and we'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college and K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. And it's at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm, and I'm 14.
Thank you so very much. And I want to say hello and thank you to our sponsors for September 2023. We have North Carolina 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Roche Coaching and Training, Carolina Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Forces Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and the Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Hey guys, my name is Caden. I'm the CEO of Caden Teaches, and my genius is teaching kids about financial literacy. Throughout my financial products, such as my financial flashcards, my activity book, and my newest project, my financial bus, which I bought. And on the bus, it has a mock bank where kids will learn how to deposit and withdraw money, a mock grocery store where kids will be able to learn how to have a family budget, and a mock stock exchange where kids will even be able to learn how to invest in stocks. Now, I decided to start teaching kids about financial literacy because I find that most kids graduate high school without even knowing the basics about financial literacy. And I feel if I were to teach kids about financial literacy, that I would be able to help kids tap into their genius. And I actually learned about financial literacy to my dad because I would go to business meetings with him and I would always see that they were talking about financial literacy. And at that point, I didn't understand what financial literacy was. So I took it upon myself to learn about financial literacy and teach it to kids in a way that they could understand. But I want you guys to help me help kids tap into their genius by going to my website, cadenteaches.com, and you can sew into me in my financial bus by going to my GoFundMe link. And remember, if Caden can, you can too, because genius is common.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific. integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training. Masterclasses led by African industry execs and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. Hey, thank you. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so on. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
And good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Kimberly Williams. I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. I'm taking the opportunity to introduce to you today Mr. Will Baptiste. He serves as the men to embrace their emotions and their vulnerabilities. He coaches and speaks on emotional freedom, emotional mastery, co-parenting, reliance. He's a published author of The Will to Rise, How to Persevere in the Face of Adversity. Transformational speaker, a podcast host of Will to Rise. He is an expert. And he lives in Montreal, Quebec. He is trilingual. And his signature coaching approach and unique method, he's declaring a war on men's emotional constipation. I want to present to you none other than Mr. Will Baptiste. So good morning to you. How are you doing today?
Good morning. A little nervous. Doesn't look like it, but I'm here because I'm in my mission. I'm on a mission, and it's going to be well. All is going to be well.
All is well. We're excited to have you here on the Black Business Network. I want you to know that genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
All right. Thank you very much. All right, everybody. Good morning. Redefining masculinity, embracing men's emotions. Hi, my name is Will Baptiste. I serve men to embrace their emotions and vulnerability. I coach and speak on emotional freedom, emotional mastery, co-parenting reliance. I'm a published author, The Will to Rise, How to Persevere in the Face of Adversity. I'm a transformational speaker, a podcast host, Will to Rise, and our expert. I live in Montreal. And with my signature coaching approach and unique method, I am declaring a war on men's emotional constipation. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are in the world. Today, I want to talk to you about an important topic that often goes unaddressed. That is men's emotions. We live in a society that often expects men to be stoic and unemotional. But it is time to challenge these stereotypes and embrace a more holistic understanding of masculinity. Let me start by asking you a question. Why is it that men are often discouraged from expressing their emotions? Is it because they are inherently less emotional? Or is it a result of societal expectation and cultural norms? It's time to dig deeper and explore the impact of suppression men's emotion. Number one, the emotional spectrum. See, men, just like women, experience a wide range of emotions. And by denying men the opportunity to express their feelings, will limit their emotional growth and hinder their ability to form meaningful connections. It's time to break free from the notion that vulnerability is weakness. Number two, emotional suppression, which I have a name for. I call it emotional constipation. Have you ever been constipated before? We're not going to get into the details here, but you see where I'm going. Now, the concept of emotional suppression perpetuates harmful stereotypes and pressure men to conform to rigid ideals. This not only affects their mental health, but also contributes to issues like aggression, substance abuse, and relationship difficulties. It's time to redefine masculinity and create a healthier environment for men to express themselves. Number three, the power of emotional intelligence. Now we hear now AI, but I want to talk to you about EI, emotional intelligence. Now, embracing men's emotions is not just about addressing mental health. It's also about fostering emotional intelligence. When men are encouraged to understand and express their emotions, they become better equipped to navigate relationships, handle stress, and make informed decisions. Emotional intelligence is a vital skill for success in all aspects of life. Number four, the silence. Breaking the silence. It is time to break the silence surrounding men's mental health by encouraging men to having open conversations, providing support networks, and challenging societal norms. We can create a safe space for men to seek help and share their struggles. Let's normalize seeking help and prioritize mental well-being for everyone. Now, let's get into the meat of this conversation today, shall we? See, I have put together the top questions that I have been asked about men's emotions. And 80% of those questions comes from women. 80% of those questions come from women. Now, they are not in order of importance, but they are in order where they were most frequently asked. Now, let's start with question number one. How do men typically express their emotions? Men may express their emotions in different ways. Now, according to a Psychology Today article, men may not be adept at expressing their feelings, but they still feel deeply. Men may convert certain feelings into other emotions, shift their feelings into other arenas, or experience feelings through physical complaints. In some cases, men may lack the training or support to make sense of their feelings and instead may bury them deeper. In another article from MSU Extension suggests that men often express their feelings in a physical nature. Men often express feelings outwardly through body language, such as physical gesture, facial changes, muscle tension, and grinding teeth, instead of expressing those emotions with words. It's absolutely important to note that everyone is different and there is no one size fits all answer to this question. Some men may be more comfortable, like myself, expressing their emotions verbally, while others may prefer nonverbal communication, such as body language or facial expression. Seeking therapy or a coach like myself can be very helpful, can be a very helpful way for men to learn how to express their emotions in a healthy way. Number two, most asked questions. What are some common societal expectations regarding men and emotions? Now, mind you, those questions were not being given to them. I asked them, what are the questions that they feel like that has not been answered to them? And then the number two question was, what are some common societal expectations regarding men's emotions? According to a Pew Research Center report, society values honesty, morality, professional success, ambition, leadership, assertiveness, strength, and a good ethic in men. However, the report also suggests that men face societal pressure to be emotionally strong and interested in sports. The number three most asked questions were, how can men develop emotional intelligence? Now it's getting really good now. Self-awareness, which I talk about in my book about the AAA effect, which is awareness, acceptance, and taking action. Now, self-awareness is to understand your emotions and how they influence your thoughts and actions. Pay attention to your emotional triggers and patterns. Now we have self-regulation. Learn to manage your emotions effectively. Practice techniques such as deep breathing, meditation, or journaling to help regulate your emotions. Like myself, I've been waking up for the past 100 days between 4 and 5 o'clock in the morning to do my meditation, to do my breathing work. And I have to tell you, what I got out of that is really life-changing. So I will definitely encourage you, men, to do so. Another thing is empathy. Cultivate empathy by putting yourself in others' shoes and trying to understand their perspectives and feelings. Active listening and showing compassion can help develop empathy. Social skills. Work on building healthy relationships first with yourself, because we cannot give what we don't possess, and we cannot give from an empty cup. So building a healthy relationship with oneself and effective communication skills. Practice active listening, conflict resolution, and assertive communication. Now, motivation. Now, everybody talks about motivation, but which one comes first? Motivation or action? Well, guess what? Action comes first, because it's through taking action the motivation will come. Motivation is about 1% of the results. So motivation is not everything, that is not all, but it is a part of the ingredient. Now, how do we motivate ourselves? Well, identify your values, your goals and passions. Set realistic goals for yourself and work towards them. Find intrinsic motivation to drive your actions. Remember, developing emotional intelligence is a lifelong journey. Trust me, I've been on that journey for the past 40 years. And that journey is going to require practice, self-reflection. Again, seeking therapy, which for me, this word was taboo. This word never even crossed my mind until I was 40 years old, until I was going through some hardship in my life. And one thing that I realized is, if I keep doing what I've been doing, I'm going to keep getting what I've been getting. And what I have gotten were not serving me. And I decided to seek for help. Now, therapy or even joining a support groups can also provide valuable guidance and support in developing emotional intelligence. Now, the number four most asked questions. Now, before I get to the number 4, I want everybody to understand that everything that I talk about, although that I have certifications, although I have taken courses, and so on and so forth, but 90% of everything that I talk about, either something that I've been through or something I'm currently going through, or some stories that I get from the clients that I serve. So I want you to understand that I'm coming from a place of knowing, from a place of experience, which is very valuable, which is what put me in a position to be able to talk about the things that I talk about. And then I'm not against people who, get certification and courses and so on and so forth. But it is hard for you to debate what I've been through or to have an opinion of what I've been through. Now, do men experience emotion differently than women? Men and women experience emotions differently. You're absolutely right. We do. Now, while many psychologists reject the notion that men experience emotion less frequently than women, or than women do, researchers have suggested that men exhibit restrictive emotionality. A number of studies have reported that male and female recruit different neural circuitry when processing or downregulating their emotions. Women, however, tend to be more emotional than men, but men tend to express their emotions differently than women because we are not the same. Number 5, the 5 most asked questions. How can men navigate societal pressure to be stoic and unemotional? Now, recognize and challenge societal norms. Becoming aware of the societal expectation placed on men is an important first step. By questioning and challenging these norms, men can begin to reduce what it means to be masculine and create healthier, more authentic version of themselves. We have to cultivate emotional intelligence. We have to develop emotional intelligence involving recognizing, understanding, and managing one's own emotions. Because I believe that whatever we don't manage, whatever we don't master us. And as well as empathizing with the emotions of others. By cultivating emotional intelligence, men can better navigate their own emotional experience and build stronger connection with others. 6, support. It is essential for men to have a support system in place where they can express their emotions without judgment. And what I find fascinating is that men will get together in the barbershop to talk about sports, talk about jewelry, talk about money, and talk about women. But rarely do they talk about how they're feeling. Rarely do they talk about their emotions. Well, I'm here to break that generational trauma. I am here to break the taboo that men should not be talking about their emotions. I invite men to talk to me about their emotions. This is the reason why I am making it easier. I'm making it safe for men to be able to talk to me about their emotions. This can include also close friends, family members, or mental health professionals who can provide a safe space for open and honest conversation. And that I have an acronym for. I call it HOT, which is honest, open, and transparent. And I think everyone, and especially men, should be able to be honest with themselves, to have an open conversation with themselves, and to be transparent with themselves. Because once we learn how to do this for ourselves, by ourselves, then and only then that we can share that with somebody else. We have to challenge that toxic masculinity. I do not buy into this notion because toxic masculinity doesn't really exist. But for the sake of the conversation we're having today, I'm going to refer to it as toxic masculinity. Now, toxic masculinity refers to harmful beliefs and behaviors associated with traditional notions of masculinity. By challenging toxic masculinity, men can help create a more inclusive and supportive society that value emotional suppression and vulnerability. Now, we have to practice self-care. Now, a lot of time people confuse self-care with self-love. Now, self-care is engaging in self-care activities such as exercise, mindfulness, and hobbies can help men manage stress and promote overall well-being. Taking care of one's physical, mental health is crucial for navigating societal pressure. And I would add, taking care of one's financial health is also important because I think we ought to rise up not only mentally, but also physically and financially and spiritually. Now, the sixth most asked question: what are the potential consequences of men not expressing their emotions? Now, here are the consequences. The consequences of men not expressing their emotions can be significant. Societal expectation often place pressure on men to be stoic, unemotional, which can lead to a variety of negative outcomes. Now, here are some potential consequences. Number one, isolation. And I remember when I was going through a very hard time in 2020, after I had lost a family member, going through a separation, it was very hard for me. And I isolated myself in my apartment for 5 days, which to the point I contemplating taking my own life. But I didn't. And I thank God for that. Isolation can be a real poison. Now, men who do not express their emotions may feel a greater sense of isolation. Now, the pressure to conform to traditional gender roles can make it difficult for men to seek emotional support from loved ones. Now, let's talk about the health issues. Now, as a Black man, and I am over 40 years old, and I do check my checkup yearly. And last year, I went to see my doctor. I said, I want to check for my prostate cancer. And she said, why? You're only 40 years old. Now, to her credit, she's a white woman, and she doesn't know, or she's not used to Black men coming to her and asking those questions. And because I'm a Black man, because I'm more prone to have prostate cancer, I make sure I check it early. And I will invite every man to make sure that you do your yearly checkup just for prevention. Because you could be carrying some chronic tension in the body due to suppressing emotions, which can lead to health issues. Men may also develop unhealthy coping strategies, such as substance abuse, and as a result of not expressing their emotions. Now, here's the hard part: relationship difficulties. And as I've mentioned before at the beginning, I practice what I preach, and I vow to be transparent and vulnerable. Relationship difficulty is something that I have dealt with for a very long time because I've been married twice. Now, I cannot blame them because I was the common denominator in both marriages. So I had to take a real good hard look at myself in the mirror and to ask myself, you have some trauma that you have to deal with. And so long you continue to bring those trauma into relationship, you're going to go after one relationship into the next, into the next. Now, the restriction of emotional expression can create challenges in relationships. Trust me, I know. It may also lead to miscommunication, unexpected communication, misunderstanding, and a lack of emotional connection with partners. Also, mental health disorders. Suppressing emotions can contribute to the development of mental health disorders, including depression and anxiety. In fact, men are more likely to commit suicide than women, and suppressing emotions is a risk factor for suicide among men. Now, here are some stats. According to the government data in Canada, and of course, I reside in Canada, and I'm going to share the stats with you. Between the age of 10 to 19, the suicidal rate among men is about 7.4%, where women is only 4.9%. from the age of 20, from 20 to 34, skyrocketed. It went from 7.4% to 21.4% among men. And it barely goes up for women, which is 6.8, still high. And from the age of between the age of 35 and 49, it goes up to 23.4%, while women stayed the same. Between the age of 50 to 64, it goes even higher, 25.9%, while women is only at 8.4%. Now, why did I bring the stats? I want you to understand how suppressing our emotions can be very detrimental, not only to our family, but to ourselves. Now, I did not compare women versus men when it comes to suicide, because it's still a loss. But I would just want you to understand now, because I'm speaking from a male perspective, because I'm talking about men, suppressing their emotions. That's why I want to make that distinction. But in no way, shape, or form that I am diminishing or belittling, the suicide rate among women. I just want to put that out there. Now, it is important for men to recognize and challenge societal norms, cultivate emotional intelligence, seek support, challenge toxic masculinity among ourselves, holding ourselves accountable, and practice self-care as strategies for navigating suicidal pressure to be stoic and unemotional. Seeking professional guidance from therapists or counselor or a coach like myself who specialize in gender-related issues can also be beneficial. Now, question number 7 most asked: how can men effectively communicate their emotions in relationships? Well, communicating emotions in a relationship can be challenging, especially for men who may feel suicidal pressure to be stoic, again, and unemotional. Now, here are some strategies that may help men effectively communicate the emotions in relationship. First, we have to recognize and challenge societal norms. Men can begin by recognizing and challenging expectations that place pressure on them to be stoic. Question the norms. Redefine what it means to be masculine and create a healthy and more authentic version of themselves. It is absolutely important to practice active listening, because active listening involves paying attention, which means being present, right? And as the saying goes, yesterday is gone, tomorrow may never come, today's a gift. That's why it's called the present. And when we live in the past, that's what will give us depression. And when we live in the future, we create anxiety. That's why living in the present moment is absolutely critical for all of us, human, to really be fully present and enjoy the moment that we are in. Now, active listening involves paying attention to what the other person is saying without interrupting or judging them. By practicing active listening, men can create a safe space for their partner to express their emotions without fear of judgment. And that goes for men and women. When women also pay attention to what their man or their significant other is saying without interrupting and judging them, that's when we start creating a space for men to be able to express themselves. Now, using the I statement also helps, because using the I statement can help men express their emotions in a non-threatening way. For example, instead of saying, "You make me feel angry," trying saying, "I feel angry when this happens." This approach can help avoid blame and defensiveness. Here's another one, and that's my favorite one: patience. Now, I have a little love-hate relationship with patience. Not too long ago, I was praying to God. I said, "God, I need patience, but I need it now." And of course, God was smiling at me, because every time that I ask for patience, He doesn't give it to me. He gives me an opportunity to practice patience. Now, communicating emotions in a relationship takes time and practice. Let me see that again. Communicating emotion in a relationship take time and practice. And what I mean by relationship, I don't just mean romantic relationship. That could be professional relationship, different type of relationship. I think practicing patience can go a long way. Now, men should be patient with themselves. We men, we are not patient with ourselves. I know that I'm not patient with myself, but I'm working on it. Also, being patient with the partners as they work to build a stronger emotional connection. Question number 8 most asked. What are some common misconceptions about men and their emotions? Now, I could be talking for the rest of the day about the misconception, but I'm just gonna, for the sake of time, we're just gonna narrow it down. Now, there are several common misconceptions about men and their emotions, and here are a few. Men are more men are more sexually active than women. I used to think that as well. I used to think that myself. This is a myth that perpetuates harmful stereotypes because sexual activity varies among individuals regardless of gender. Real men don't cry. Well, guess what? If anybody follow me on social media, they have seen a video or two where I get emotional. Whether I'm talking about my daughter or I'm talking about my son, I get emotional. Now, while there may be some differences in how men and women express emotions, research suggests that men experience a wide range of emotions similar to women. However, societal expectation often discourage men from openly expressing their emotions. Men are emotionally stronger. Now, emotional strength is not determined by gender. Men, like women, can face emotional challenges and may require support and understanding. It's important. I cannot stress this enough. It's important to challenge these misconceptions and recognize that emotions are a fundamental part of human being. You hear what I say? Human being, not human doing. Men should feel empowered to express their emotion in a healthy and constructive ways. The last most asked question is, how can men create a support system to address the emotional needs? Now, men can create a support system to address the emotional needs by following these strategies. Recognize the importance of emotional support. Men should communicate openly with their support by reaching out to friends and family members or mental health professionals. They can also join a group or online communities where they can connect with others who share similar experiences. Communicate openly. And I know it's not easy. It took me 3 long years to get to this point today. And I'm not asking you to do it overnight because this is not a sprint, it's a marathon. It's a lifelong journey. Now, in order for us to communicate openly, men should have a support system about their emotional needs. This can involve expressing their feelings, asking for help, or simply sharing their experiences. Be proactive. Men can be proactive in building their support system by reaching out to others and initiating conversation. They can also take steps to maintain existing relationships by staying in touch and showing appreciation for the support. Once again, practice self-care, engaging in different type of activities. It is absolutely imperative that men get enough rest, get enough exercise, and have a healthy, balanced diet. Because everything that we eat, and as I've said before for my clients, and the reason why I emphasize on that for people who might not know, I have over 20 years experience in the fitness industry. And I have seen how men being unfit or being unhealthy can affect their lives on so many different levels. Be it spiritually, because they get tired. Be it financially, because they are not motivated enough. They're not motivated enough and for them to do what needs to be done. And I might even add, in the bedroom. So all of those things, all of those pressure adding on, and I will highly recommend to all men to seek a professional help for their for their fitness, because it is absolutely critical that not only that we need to take care of our finance, we need to take care of our emotions, but we also need to take care of our physical. Now remember, everyone's journey is unique, and it's important for men to find strategies that work best for them. Seeking professional guidance from therapists or counselors or a coach like myself who specialize in gender-related issues can also be beneficial. Now, in conclusion, it is time to redefine masculinity and embrace man's emotions. By challenging societal expectation, promoting emotional intelligence, and breaking the silence surrounding men's mental health, we can create a more inclusive and compassionate society. Let's encourage men to express their emotions, because true strength lies in vulnerability. I want you to connect with me. Let's get on a discovery call, and by the end of our session, I guarantee you that you'll start experiencing emotional freedom. Now let's recap. What do? I serve men. Now I want to take a pause on that word serve or serving, because as a man, I didn't like the word asking for help or seeking help. It made me feel weak. And that's the reason why I say I'm serving men, because for the 43 years of my life, I have never seen a man that refused to be served. So by me adapting, or by me using those words, it also helped me to be able to break barriers. So I serve men between the age of 25 to 49 to embrace their emotions and their vulnerability. And what kind of problem do I solve? I solve men's emotional suppression, which I have a name for, emotional constipation. So I solve men's emotional constipation to emotional freedom, and ultimately to emotional mastery. Because again, I'm going to be honest and I'm going to be open and transparent. I have spent time behind bars on multiple occasions. By the grace of God, it's been over 18 years and I have not seen inside of a jail cell. But I have to tell you, I have never felt freer than when I became emotionally free. And once you experience emotional freedom, it is like no other freedom that you have ever experienced in your life. Now, why do I want to teach men about emotional mastery? Because I believe that anything that we do not master become our master. So now that you have learned that you can express or how to express your emotions, now I want you to make sure that you understand that you're not going around and trauma dumping or just openly spewing everything on everybody. You have to control your emotions, not suppress. There's a difference between suppressing your emotions and mastering your emotions. Very two different things. But it is absolutely critical for ones to master the emotions. And why do I want to solve that problem? Because I want men to show up in their full masculinity without feeling the guilt and the shame of being a man. And I want to thank you for joining me today. Let's work together to create a world where men feel empowered to embrace their emotions, where emotional well-being is valued as an essential part of being human. And remember, together we will rise.
Thank you so very much for sharing your expertise with us today, Mr. Baptiste. Could you please tell us how do we get in contact with you?
Absolutely. Thank you for asking. MeetWillToRise.com. That's my website. Because when you go on my website, that's the first encounter that you're gonna have with your will to rise. That's why that's called it Meet Will to Rise. And while you're there, I just published my book about 2 weeks ago. It's called Will to Rise: How to Persevere in the Face of Adversity. And people that have bought the book have asked me, Will, what do we do next? We don't know what to do next. Well, they have asked and we have listened. I'm putting a brand new master class. It's going to be on October 28th at 10 o'clock. And once you go to my website, you'll be able to register for the early bird price. And also, if you purchase a copy of my book with a proof of purchase, you'll get a discount for that master class. And that master class is about building emotional strength, how to cultivate the AAA effect, which is awareness, acceptance, in action.
I love it. I love conversations about emotional intelligence, and I'm very excited I met you. Thank you so much. Genius is coming, and we will see you on the other side. So just so you're aware, the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students, and you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or you can use the Cash App. The Cash App is $BBXUSA. That's BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Now, every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. And we'd like to thank you to our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for September 2023. And they are North Carolina 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede, Soul, Lotus Roche Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mulaney Shawnee Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Super Women Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and the Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I loved to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she is what she wants to be, the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
You are watching The View from Hampton U, exploring Hampton University's rich history, the past, present, and promising future.
Welcome to Hampton University and The View from Hampton U. Today we're going to examine a movement that is said to be taking the nation by storm. The Genius is Common movement has emboldened young people throughout the nation, and that has also happened here at Hampton University. Let's take a look at what some of our students have to say about being a genius.
Hi, my name is Gavin Harden, and my genius is to be able to give off positive vibes and spread a smile. Genius is common.
My name is Brianna Lomax, and my genius is artistic expression through writing and showing compassion to everyone I meet. Genius is common.
My name is Atia Strange, and my genius is the power of expression. Art is universal. I sing, I draw, I film, I photograph. Genius is common.
My name is Maya Harris, and my genius consists of all the gifts that God has given to me. I am a giver, I am passionate about bringing ideas to life, and I have mastered the concept of finding the good in everything. Genius is common.
My name is Diamond Sidney. My genius is acknowledging the beauty in my own mistakes while challenging others to do the same in order to cultivate and grow. Genius is common.
My name is Almajid Edwards. A lot of people think genius is about being talented or being smart. It's not true. Genius is about influence. Whether it's an equation, whether you're reading or writing, research, harmonies, what have you, genius is about the opportunity, the moment of impact where you can influence another person and uplift them. My genius is poetry. Genius is common.
Hampton University has a long-standing history of supporting geniuses and the movements that they create. For example, General Chapman Armstrong established this great institution in 1868. And did you know that Booker T. Washington was also an alum of Hampton University? I could go on and on about the geniuses who've come through these doors and have exited to go out into the world to make a great difference. That's what's important to us. That's what's important about the Genius is Common movement. What is your genius? You should take the time to think about that today. So thank you for watching The View from Hampton U. And remember, genius is truly common.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize. Because everyone's a fan of something, and everyone has a fan base.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Rose.
Are you a forward-thinking entrepreneur or business owner? The world is changing faster than ever, and it's time to pivot and adapt to the future. Hello LLC is here to help you do just that. Hello stands for helping enterprises leverage leading-edge optimizations. Our innovative solutions can streamline operations, reduce overhead costs, and give you a competitive edge in a market projected to reach $5 trillion by 2030. By pivoting to the metaverse, businesses can tap into a rapidly growing market that is projected to be a significant part of daily life for 25% of Americans by 2026. As a full digital metaverse agency, the Hello LLC can help you create custom solutions to streamline operations, increase productivity, reduce costs, and drive brand recognition. Why should you pivot to the metaverse with the Hello LLC? By leveraging cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, and unlock new revenue streams. Contact us today to make the pivot.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaw explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. getting out of your comfort zone, doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
Did you know that our black dollar only lasts for 6 hours in our community? Yet other communities, their dollars last for 19 to 30 days.
The Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation. Yes, that's why we created the Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation is a centralized directory available to all black businesses across the world. It was created for businesses like you, the ones that want to start and the ones who have a dream that have already started, such as businesses like Drop in a Bucket Productions, Valito Foods, Sugar Tea Branding Firm, All the Dazzle, Bun Cakeaholic, Miss Riot, and you. We'll have marketing, seminars, and some funding coming soon just for you. So, we want you to come and join us. www.blackwallstreetnation.com. See you there.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Hey guys, my name is Caden. I'm the CEO of Caden Teaches, and my genius is teaching kids about financial literacy. Throughout my financial products, such as my financial flashcards, my activity book, and my newest project, my financial bus, which I bought. And on the bus, it has a mock bank where kids will learn how to deposit and withdraw money, a mock grocery store where kids will be able to learn how to have a family budget, and a mock stock exchange where kids will even be able to learn how to invest in stocks. Now, I decided to start teaching kids about financial literacy because I find that most kids graduate high school without even knowing the basics about financial literacy. And I feel if I were to teach kids about financial literacy, that I would be able to help kids tap into their genius. And I actually learned about financial literacy to my dad because I would go to business meetings with him and I would always see that they were talking about financial literacy. And at that point, I didn't understand what financial literacy was. So I took it upon myself to learn about financial literacy and teach it to kids in a way that they could understand. But I want you guys to help me help kids tap into their genius by going to my website, cadenteaches.com, and you can sew into me in my financial bust by going to my GoFundMe link. And remember, if Caden can, you can too. Because genius is common.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
And good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Coach Kimberly Williams, and I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. See, we have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Miss Renata Brown. She is an award-winning CEO of Dreamspire TV and Dreamspire Publications. Renata Brown's zeal for the arts and motivational speaking comes from being an artist. She is the publisher of 3 online magazines, Dreamspire TV Magazine and Arts, and the entertainment magazine, and Inspire.com, which highlights entrepreneurs, Dreamspire books for authors, and motivators. The publications have been covered such events as the Stellar Awards, the Black Music Honors, and the NAACP Awards. She founded and executive produced the GANSPA Awards, Gifted Arts, Neo Soul, and Amp Poetry Awards. 2013 through 2017, Renata is an accomplished songstress, poet, and speaker who began writing poetry at 8 years old. Artistry is not a hobby for Miss Renata Brown. The arts are her passion and ministry. Helping others release their creativity is her mission. I want to present to you none other than Renata Brown.
Good morning, Coach Kimberly Williams. Nice to meet you.
It is wonderful to meet you too. How are you today?
I'm awesome. How about yourself?
I am doing great, and I'm excited to hear all about you today. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you. Good morning. Another month, another opportunity to be here on the Black Business Olympics. It's always my pleasure to be here and to share with you about the art of collaboration. Uh, I do a lot of things, as you heard in my bio, but the main thing that I do is connect people to platforms, resources, and give them a place to shine. And we're happy to use this opportunity to share with you some of the things that we have learned along the way. And so today's topic is, are you an early adapter? So I take my grandniece and my grandnephew to school in the morning, and we have some awesome conversations. And I don't talk to them like the 8 and 9 year olds they are, but I try to expand their horizons, and we may talk everything from business to social things in the morning. So this morning we were talking about early adoption of concepts. And that's something that is so important in your collaborative journey, is to really get ahead of things. I have a saying, if you are with the curve, you probably already missed it. But wherever you join in the curve, it's very important to know what is going on, how does that relate to my business, and how do I collaborate and get on the bus? How do I join? I find, because of what I do with the magazines, we also have our television station, and we do a whole lot of other things as well, including celebrity media and covering award shows. So my network is very vast, and I'm happy and honored to be a part of so many amazing networks. But one thing I find is I often talk to people who don't know about each other. I often talk to people who feel like they are the pioneers in a particular industry or a particular thing that they're doing. And oftentimes I can say, well, I may know 10 people that are doing something similar. Everyone has their own unique spin on it. But I think a lot of opportunities are missed because we're not early adapters, and we don't know other people that are a part of the things that we want to do. So we're maverick and we're doing things out on our own, when if we work together with other people that are like-minded and want to take on new technologies, new platforms, new opportunities, then our strength can be more going in there. So being an early adapter is important, especially as a Black entrepreneur. We need to know what's going on ahead of time. I had the privilege to be an early adopter of the streaming technology. I was introduced to streaming technology almost 15 to 16 years ago. And I remember when I was introduced, and I was excited because I am not a gatekeeper. If I know it, absolutely you can know it. And I was telling people, wow, this is thing called streaming, and people are going to be watching things on their phones and on their computers. And people used to not quite laugh in my face, but almost laugh in my face that, oh no, people are not going to watch things on their television screen and on their phones. That's way out there. That's not going to happen. And now we know that most people get their informations either through the internet or through their phones. So being an early adapter of that technology, it gave me a chance to get ahead of it, to understand it, and to decide whether I wanted to be a part of it. Now, early adaptation doesn't mean that you are automatically going to jump on to whatever the technology or platform is, because you can find yourself with people say, and I agree with the shiny object syndrome, where you're just head is turning here, here, and there. So that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about really understanding technology as it comes about and doing an evaluation and saying, is this something that I want to have as a part of my business in the future? And then looking around to see other people that may be interested in the technology. I can tell you, just sitting here today, there's some things that I've already been on my phone seeing about. And actually, one of my business partners, I saw her on here as well, and other people that I know that are part of the Black Business Olympics. I've had the honor to be a part of the Genius is Common movement for almost 8 years. So you could say I was an early adapter in that movement as well. And now we know that it has reached well over 10 million people. So knowing what's out there, sharing, collaborating, and finding like minds is one of the first steps to early adaption. And so that can happen in different categories. So there's technology. Now we know that all the rage now and everyone is buzzing about AI for the good or for the bad. But those of us who have been in the technology industry, like myself, I've been in technology for a while now. I actually pursued my master's in information technology. I did not complete the program in transparency because I'm also a creative, so that those two kind of fall. But I am a very technical person, and I'm always looking to see how can I use technology to further what I'm doing. And one of the first things you have to do is understand it. AI is nothing new. AI has been around, I would say, at least 25, probably closer to 50 years in some form or another. But what happens is, first you have the technology is created, of course, and then the technology is tested, and then it goes into the beta stage. And a lot of us come in at the beta stage, and we're kind of like the guinea pigs, to so to speak, to work out the kinks of the technology. Now, beta stage can last well into the launch of a product or a service. So even though a service might be up, collecting revenue and doing other things, it still can be beta from the standpoint that it is not widely adopted yet. They have a group of core users that are testing it out, and a beta test can be something simple as 5 users, or it could be hundreds of thousands of users. It depends on how big the platform is that is being adopted. And it's important to sign on to these things, because sometimes as Black entrepreneurs, we find ourselves always joining in at the last stage, always missing the opportunities when they're first coming up. And we know the early adapters is like the early bird. They get the worm, they get the most leverage from that. Now you have to decide when you want to jump in there. One thing I can tell you, going back to when I was introduced to streaming, I made a conscious decision right there that even though I understood the process and what it was not time for me to jump in, because there was some significant problems such as distribution that had not been solved. And so where I was in my business, it wasn't advantageous for me to drop in at that point. But I did understand it. So when I did decide to drop in, I was able to make educated decisions because I had already been introduced to the technology and have checked it out. Now, AI, many of you might know me from Clubhouse. I used to teach a room there. And it's an author's room, and we're taking it to different platforms. So look out for us, my LinkedIn family, and we probably going to take it over to TikTok as well. But the name of the room is You Gave Birth to the Book, and Now You Have to Raise It. And in that, we discuss many issues of being an author, everything from people that did were thinking about writing books to, I think the most person that I've ever met in our room had actually published 89 books. And I was like, wow. So we work with a lot of different authors wherever they were and publishers in their journey. And some of these discussions that we've had of late before we moved away from the platform is a chat GPT. And I'm a fan, but I also let people know chat GPT is a tool. So once you know how to use the tool, you can use it to your benefit. And some people, they were like many people who say, oh no, I don't want to learn about that. I'm just fine where I'm at. And I've just been doing it my way. And you can take that attitude, and some do. Like say, if it's not broken, don't fix it. But a lot of times we miss out on opportunities because we don't investigate the new technology that is out there. And a lot of times by the time it gets to us, it's really truly not new. It's just in that stage where it's being widely used. And so with that, I checked it out. I was like, I can use this in many aspects that I do, but I approached it as not being a substitute for me writing, but being an aid and an enhancement. And I find myself using it quite a bit. And so now I see so many other applications, but because I'm educated in it, I can make that decision myself whether I want to be an early adopter. Other things that happen is I'm going to talk about organizations in a minute, being early adapters in those. But one thing that happens is, man, you know it, there are so many social media platforms. I used to be able to count them maybe on one hand, but now there are so many different social media platforms that are popping up, and different portals. So where to go, what to do, how do I know what's for me? Should I just be on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn and call it a day, or should I investigate some of the other platforms that are out there? And I'm going to say investigate, and you can decide. I can give you my personal experience with TikTok. Now, of course, TikTok has been around for a while, and I thought, like everybody else did, it's just a place to watch people dance and all this kind of thing. And I didn't take it seriously, wasn't really interested in it. And I was like, okay, well, I'm going to open an account. One thing I can tell you that I do, if there's something I think I may have an interest in or I want to learn about later, I will go ahead and reserve my space. So I'm on there. So I went ahead, I opened a personal account on TikTok, and I also opened a business page. And last year, and I've talked about this before, here they had something called the Black Girl Follow Train, where you can pick up a lot of followers. African-American women were following African-American women, and it grew, and it was actually at the height of it last December, millions of Black women following other Black women, and it just became a thing. And so I was saying, well, I'm already on here. I don't have to start from scratch, but almost. So I started, I had my two accounts, and let me tell you, between my two accounts, one I hadn't even posted on for a whole year. And the other one, I kind of just posted here and there, and I had a total of 200 followers, 25 on my personal and 100 and something on my business account. But when I adapted, when I jumped in, when I saw that this Black Girl Follow Train was really catching fire, I said, well, I'm already over on the space. Let me go ahead and study what I need to do to gain that. So here it is, September, not even a year later, and I grew my account because I got in early on the Black Girl Follow Train. I adopted it, and I grew my account from 2 accounts with only 200 people. Now I have 3 accounts, and I have over 13,000 followers between those accounts. And my personal brand just surpassed my business brand is as far as followers. We have 4,400 on the personal and 4,400 on the business. And then on our third account, our third business account, we have over 3,500 followers. And so now I'm learning, okay, now that I get you here, how do I engage? And someone put me onto a technology, not a technology, but a strategy. And I've been using that strategy by posting positive affirmations and getting people to affirm yes. So by adopting the platform, checking it out, because I could have just left it there. Oh, that's TikTok. All they do is dance over there. But I've adopted it. I jumped on and I was able to grow my account. I can't even do the numbers of thousands, probably over 1,000%, because I investigated, I adopted, I executed, and now I am sitting from 200 last year to over 13,000 this year, and still growing and learning how to engage. Right now, TikTok shops, and I'm not a paid advertiser, but I'm just giving you this example. TikTok shops used to have 5,000 to 10,000 followers. They are using a whole new system, so you can get a TikTok shop as long as you have an LLC. And they're giving you all kinds of incentives right now through the end of the month to join. I joined maybe about 3 months ago. I just reserved my space, did the basic things that I had to do to reserve it. So now when I get ready to run it up and really get into it, sales, I already have my space. So learn what's going on, see if they fall into what you want to do as an entrepreneur, and go ahead and do that. So with social media, there are so many different things that are going on, and you don't have to adopt everything, or you don't have to be on everything, but find out what you're getting the most traction on and what is working for you. And don't be afraid to try something different, because that might be that space where you get heard and seen, and that you can run your business up, and that you can connect with other like-minded people as well. So investigate. I'm going to give you an assignment for those of you that are out there listening. I want you to investigate one social media, that platform that you're not that familiar with, but you've heard about and you've been kind of like, yeah, no, but investigate it. See what's going on there. Look around. If we're talking about collaboration, find out who else is on there and what their experience, and go with people that are getting the engagement, are doing the things that you want to do, and find out some of the strategies that are working for them. And don't be afraid to jump in, because it may be that place that you should be that is going to put you on to the next step and next opportunity in your business. So that's social media. Now, there are organizations, and oh my goodness, I'm going to have to get some water, and I don't have any right here. Excuse me, but I'm about to choke. I'm going to be right here. You can hear me still. I am so sorry about that. Dr. Kelly's going to kill me. I usually try to have my water here, but my voice just got very dry. But so there are organizations that you need to decide, should I be a part of them? Like I said, I don't hold the tea. We talk about the tea. Excuse me. I share my knowledge. I am anti-gatekeeping. So one organization as a Black entrepreneur that is really getting a lot of buzz, and you might want to think about joining, is Forbes Black. So Forbes, like the magazine Forbes Black, but it's spelled Forbes BLK. They're offering membership right now, and they're having their first conference in Atlanta. And since I live in Atlanta, it was a no-brainer. The membership portion is open to men and women. Now, men, I'm going to talk to you for a minute. Sometimes men are not early adapters, and they come in at the last. Forbes, when I saw Forbes Black, I was thinking, well, maybe this is just an organization for women, because everyone I see applying, and it is a short application process. It's free, so there's no charge to join. You do have to have a bio, and be a member of LinkedIn, and they also ask for your Instagram information as well. The process, it took maybe less than a week, and I was approved to be a member of Forbes Black. And like I said, I saw many of my counterparts in business join in. So I said, let me check it out and see if this is something that would be a fit for what I want to do and what I'm doing. And so when I checked it out, I was like, yes, this is in line with my values. It's in line with where I'm going as a business. It's in line with my philosophy of collaborating. So I did submit my application and was accepted. But once I went over there and found out the information, I was like, well, this is open to all Black entrepreneurs. It's open to artists and authors, but yet I just see mainly women applying. And I want to let men know, if in case you didn't know and you haven't checked it out, Forbes Black is a platform for all Black entrepreneurs, and is, supported by Forbes, and we all know Forbes, the business magazine. So I think it's a great opportunity, especially in this environment. I'm just going to leave that right there, that we live in, that we come together and we are in a space with other Black entrepreneurs that are going and doing amazing things. Once you join, you are able to get in a members only platform on Slack. And here again, I've heard of Slack, never really was into it, but I've been getting a lot of engagements from Slack as well. So here's another platform where I really have to dig in, but because I joined Forbes Black, then I'm already in the Slack community and can learn about it from the inside and not from the outside. So join organizations that will take you further than you can go on yourself, because as always, we are talking about collaboration. And I pulled up some hold on, I got two computers and two mouses. I pulled up some information about different organizations that we can join. I know you can join organizations, and you can also volunteer for those organizations. I got to meet and be in a room with Ambassador Andrew Young because I was volunteering at an organization, and he was one of the keynotes. And I also, at that same conference, met a lot of other people by volunteering. Most organizations have an opportunity, if you don't want to join, that you can volunteer at some of their functions and get opportunities that way. But there are many organizations that are out here for you to join. And I want to just take a minute too to say the Black Business Network, congratulations if you're a speaker today or speaker this week, or you are watching it or watching on the replays, or some you ran across and stumbled across this, then I encourage you as a Black entrepreneur, take advantage of the Black Business Network. It's for a worthy cause, and it is also a platform where you can share your genius and you can collaborate. Just like I said, when I was sitting here watching the commercials there, I saw one of my business partner has a commercial here. I didn't know that. And then I also, a person that I've collaborated with some stuff on Clubhouse. And of course, like I stated before, I've been a part of the Genius is Common movement for almost 8 years. So I always enjoy watching the videos, even the ones I've seen dozens of times, but some of the new ones are awesome as well. So take advantage of platforms like the Black Business Network, the Black Business Olympics, Genius is Common, and collaborate. Don't just be a part of something and just be in and out. Make sure that you're an active part So in my company, we put people on stages, whether it's magazines, events, and of course we do what we do in the celebrity space as well. But what baffles me sometimes is that people don't let people know where they are and where they can be found and the company that they keep. So don't only join these organizations, but be an active part and let people know you're a part of them, because you never know, your next 6-figure, 7-figure deal could just be one connection away. But people don't even know that you belong, that first, you're not joining these organizations, you're not taking advantage of them. And secondly, once you're in there, you're not participating in the organizations. On LinkedIn, I'm very intentional, and it's been about 4 years ago on my LinkedIn, I made a conscious decision. I said, I'm going to stop collecting people, because we do that, right? We collect people. Let's connect with people. That's where the power is. Not just to say I have numbers. Now, my background before I left corporate was a data analyst. And so I'm a number person. Don't get me wrong. But one of the most important things is not just to run your numbers up, but to make genuine connections with people and have that as your mindset. Not just that I want to do business with you, but I want to connect with you. And the connection may be just for me to send you over to someone else, and that's fine. I have established relationships with people, and they've gone ahead and connected them with other people, and they've gone ahead and do more business and have more contact than I do. And that's perfectly fine, because that's what it's here. That's what it's all about. So collab, connect, investigate, adopt, find out what is going on. Don't get stuck in that same circle. Don't get stuck in that same group. Expand. One thing I didn't like a couple years ago, and I guess some people still say it, oh, well, I don't have any room for new friends. I don't have any room in my circle. If your circle is not evolving and growing, you might want to rethink about that, because you may be keeping yourself from going to that next level because you're satisfied with the circle that you're in. Now, I'm not saying your circle has to be dynamic and huge and big, because my circle, honestly, is the people who really know me and can get a hold of me is probably very small. But my network is massive and expansive. And I'm always looking to connect with people that are going in the same direction that I am. And I always say, what is going in the same direction? So they can be on the road and they can be behind me, but they're moving up. So sometimes you have to reach back to the people that are behind you and bring them up to speed. Other people will walk with you. We're walking, we're collaborating, we're on the same road, we are in sync, and we're moving together. And then it's that other group of people, those that are ahead of you, those who you aspire to be like, those who you want your business to complement, those of you who are accomplishing the things that you are. And wherever you are in your journey, there's always going to be somebody behind you. There's going to be someone that is walking beside you, and there will be those that are walking above you. A lot of time we take on these sayings, but we really don't think about what we're really saying when we're saying just our circle. I don't have room for no new friends. All kinds of sayings that we say, but sometimes we just say them and we don't really think about the implications of what we're saying. I'm all about let's go together, let's collaborate, let's move on, and let's be early adopters of technology. Let's be early adopters in organizations. Let's be early adopters in different social media that are taking us in the spaces and the places we want. It may not be apparent at first, but at least reserve your space. I was accepted into the beta program for Hulu to do commercials more than a year ago. We haven't ran a commercial because I wanted some certain things to be in place. But when that opportunity arose, I went ahead and said, I want to be in this beta program. I want to be an early adopter, and I'm going to hold my space there. So when I'm ready, just as with streaming, I've already have my space. I'm not trying to get in. I'm not trying to be in after they stop the beta program and probably charge 5 arms and 2 legs. I reserve my spot in that program. So now that I'm in the position to move and actually take advantage of it, I'm already there. And that's what early adoption can do. It can get you the competitive advantage in there. It also can give you access to untapped markets. I'm always looking for people that need to be tapped into, and we never know if we stay in the same place and we don't go up. It can, as I stated before, it can help you with network building up your network. And one thing I do agree with, your network is your net worth. So watch the people and keep expanding the people that you are around. You look to join other networks. So if I can give you some homework, one is to check out a new social media network that you're not familiar with, but you kind of heard of. Number 2 is what I want you to do is go and join an organization. Be a part of an organization, whether it's volunteering, join it, check it out. And the third one is adopt a new platform, adopt a new platform that you're not familiar with. So do those 3 things, check out and be an early adopter so that you can take advantage of the competitive advantage, access to untapped markets, network. I know I'm excited about the Forbes Black coming to my adopted hometown, Atlanta, because I'm looking. It's 2 days and I'm like, I'm going to be networking. I am trying to work my mouse with some of my other points, but be an early adopter, get in the mix with things, let people know where you are and what you're doing. Create that buzz around you. If you're not excited about it, how do you expect anybody else to be excited about it? So those are the things that I want you to take away from today. I am Renata Ray. I am a part of the Genius is Common movement. I am also an entrepreneur. We are launching 2 platforms this year. We just launched Authors TV, and that is a platform for authors. And I'm so excited about it because we're going to be hosting teas all over the country, and we're going to be doing some virtual ones all over the world. So I'm excited about Authors TV. We just did our initial launch. Look out, the television show will be coming out soon. We just released 8 magazines. We do magazines a little different. So definitely look out for Authors TV, the television show, and the magazine. And if you're an author out there, we do have opportunities. Usually I don't do a PSA, but I am excited about the things we have coming up. And as we enter into, I can't believe like this month is going to be over already. As we enter into the end of the year, we are also looking for people that want to participate in our Who's Who. And we are taking Who's Who to television. So we're, I'm in the celebrity space, and that's fine. And it's great. We've had some amazing interviews with people like Tamala Mann and so many others I can't even begin to name. But my Who's Who is the who's who of entrepreneurship, of authorship, of artistry. I want to shine a light on you and the magnificent things that you're doing on Who's Who TV. And we'll do our annual Who's Who's magazines. And for those who know about our platform, we don't just do one magazine at a time. The most we've had for our Who's Who's is this, and I want to bust that out of the water this year, is 30 people on 30 different covers. So if you're doing amazing things and you want to be a part of what we're doing, definitely check us out. You can just do dreamspiretv.com, dreamspirebooks.com. We have an amazing online bookstore with over 200 authors. We would love to have you a part of that. My universe is ever expanding. I'm always adopting early. And I want you to do the same thing, to be a part of what is going on in your world and reaching out and being a part of different organizations. I think I have a few minutes here, so I'm going to, if I can get this other computer acting right, I'm going to give you some examples, some organizations that I look. So there is the African American Chamber of Commerce. There's the Black Enterprise, the Minority Business Enterprise Input Committee. There are many Black organizations, old ones that you know about, the NAACP, many organizations that you can join and be a part of.
Thank you so very much for your genius today, Ms. Renata. We have very much enjoyed you. Could you please let us know where we can contact you?
So dreamspiretv.com, you can contact us there, or dreamspirebooks.com. You can see in my name, Dreamspire. Take the space out, tv.com or dreamspirebooks.com. Or you can find me at a local organization or hanging out at the Black Business Olympics every month, Tuesday at 10 o'clock. I'm here.
Awesome. Thank you again for your time. Genius is coming, and we will see you on the other side.
Absolutely. Thank you.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students, and you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. The Cash App is $BBXUSA. So our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com, and every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We'd also want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for September 2023. And they are North Carolina 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richey Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and the Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Genius is common, and my genius is nutritional strategy. I am Shawnee Smith, the owner and creator of Can Do Spice. Can Do Spice was created because I knew that adding herbal and mineral supplements to my diet did not have to be boring. In fact, because I'm a food enthusiast, I knew I could create something flavorful and explosive that also had the benefit of adding herbal supplements such as sea moss, bladderwrack, burdock root, and black seed, just to name a few. I invite you to take this journey with me where we come together and take control of our nutritional health. It is my way of sharing my genius, the gift of flavor and the healing power of herbs to the world. What is your genius?
I'm Kennedy Harris. My genius is being an entrepreneur. I'm the CEO of K-Lock, a company where I develop my very own line of kids supplements. I currently market my multivitamin for kids to help combat weak immunity. During the pandemic, research has shown that having a strong immune system is key to fighting off disease. My vitamins are for kids, but adults can benefit from them as well. I'm adding a proprietary blend to my supplement line. I want to create my own blend so that I have a competitive edge in the marketplace. Staying healthy is important to me so that we live longer and have healthier lives. My website is klockproducts.com. That is K-L-O-C-K. Genius is common.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
Are you a forward-thinking entrepreneur or business owner? The world is changing faster than ever, and it's time to pivot and adapt to the future. Hello LLC is here to help you do just that. Hello stands for helping enterprises leverage leading-edge optimizations. Our innovative solutions can streamline operations, reduce overhead costs, and give you a competitive edge in a market projected to reach $5 trillion by 2030. By pivoting to the metaverse, businesses can tap into a rapidly growing market that is projected to be a significant part of daily life for 25% of Americans by 2026. As a full digital metaverse agency, the Hello LLC can help you create custom solutions to streamline operations, increase productivity, reduce costs, and drive brand recognition. Why should you pivot to the metaverse with the Hello LLC? By leveraging cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, and unlock new revenue streams. Contact us today to make the pivot.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face-to-face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Trousseau has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Trousseau is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Trousseau embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Trousseau is both social and safe. We refer to Trousseau as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Trousseau even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Trousseau is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Trousseau. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Trousseau is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaw explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
And good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations, and welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Coach Kimberly Williams, and I am your business moderator for the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and all other cities all across the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, we have Dr. Tandra Price. She is a speaker, an author, a trainer, and a networking coach. With over 15 years of experience as a network marketer and sales professional, Dr. Tandra created her next venture coaching and created an empowerment movement for women in business and those aspiring. This concept quickly became successful, which led Tandra to create Conversations Over Coffee. And Tandra's Women Empowerment Brands focuses on connections, networking, and resources. Much of Tandra's success is attributed to her focus on training women to focus on 10 things before 10 o'clock and ensuring that they have the mindset, goals, communication, and support systems in place. She is the highly acclaimed magazine, Tap In, a magazine that highlights exceptional business people globally. I want to present to you none other than the Dr. Tandra Price.
Hello, hello, hello. Thank you so much, Coach Williams. That was an amazing introduction.
I'm so grateful to be able to introduce you. We're excited to hear from you today. Genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Well, I'm excited to be here again. My name is Dr. Tandra Price, and I am an international two-time best speaker. I am a network strategist, and I'm the proud owner and editor and publisher of Tapped In Magazine, a widely recognized global publication. Our magazine has 5 editions, one for women, men, speakers, authors, and coaches. Tapped In Magazine solves the problems of making it easier for entrepreneurs to spread their message, expand their network, and reach a broader audience that will potentially generate more leads. Today, we're going to be talking about mastering the art of communications, and we're going to break that down into 5 areas of mastering the art of communication. The first thing we're going to be talking about is the best way to start a conversation. We always want to know when is or how is the best way to start a conversation. 2, we're going to be talking about when is the best time to network. That is something that has been so underlooked and misunderstood about what networking really is. 3, do we have a plan? We always got to have a plan when it comes to us being able to prospect and generate leads. 4, we're going to look at how do LinkedIn play a part into this whole thing of building conversations. And 5, we're going to talk about how Tapped In Magazine can help you reach your goals in building and mastering the art of communication. Were you ever aware that approximately every 2 minutes, somewhere in the world, this big, amazing world that we have is engaging in a conversation? Probably not. We probably don't really think about it like that. But in fact, we are really overlooking it because something is something that we do automatically. We start a conversation every day from the moment we wake up to the time that we go to bed. Can you imagine, again, how many conversations is taking place every 2 minutes? I'm about to reveal some strategies that I've personally used and all of my team members have used in order to really master the art of communication. But I want to take a real deeper look into really some platforms that we are using because of this new technology that we have, and because of the way the world is transitioning. We have so many different platforms that allow us to really make our communication more effectively, quickly. And I want to just kind of talk with you about some of those. Some of these you may know, some of you have used, and some of them you may not. But let's kind of take a deep dive into it. The first platform we talk about is Facebook. Facebook has a wide audience that we can actually tap into. A lot of people use Facebook for, really just staying in contact with our friends and families. But we can also use Facebook as a way of really getting our message out to a whole different broad audience. We have the favorite thing, what we use is the telephone. We don't really have those home phones anymore. We used to hang on the wall, but now we have this handy thing that we call a cell phone that we carry. It is really a mini computer in our pocket, but guess what? It is so much powerful. It is a platform that can really get our message out. We do video chat, messaging apps, team chats, Instagram, Twitter, Skype, Google Meet, Zoom, Slack, WhatsApp, Streamline. I mean, these are some of the platforms that we use right now to effectively master the art of communication. It helps us to move it much quicker, much faster, and much effective. But a lot of times we really kind of take the misunderstanding of communication and networking. I like to just say we're having a conversation. And I like to put it under the umbrella of communication because at any time an individual is sharing information or insight in their area of expertise, that's really what it is. Let me say it again. Anytime that an individual is sharing information or insight in their area of communication and in their area of expertise, it's communication. You can call it networking, but it's basically communication. How do we start just talking? How do we just have a general conversation? If you're in business and you sell products and services and you're trying to, tell a story, or even if you're trying to meet someone for the very first time, if you post anything on social media, it is a form of communication / networking. Okay, so you must ensure that you're sending your message to the target audience, and we want to be clear and concise in a message that is going to be compelling and it's going to hit in the right spots. So let's talk about the first one. How do we start a conversation? What's some ways to start a conversation? So I'm going to give you maybe 10 quick ways of how to start a conversation. It's something that we do automatically. We really don't think about it, but it's something that we do all the time. The first one is how to introducing ourselves. When you introduce yourself or you ask others to do the same, it's something naturally. You walk up to someone in the store and you be like, hello, my name is Tandra Price. Or you go to a networking event. Hello, my name is Dr. Tandra Price. Glad to meet you. Glad to meet you. Sometimes we kind of just solidify the conversation or the introduction with a firm handshake, especially if you're in a professional environment. We just kind of want to seal the deal. This is me. I'm Dr. Tandra Price. The second one, we always want to ask questions. It's a good way to be a conversation starter. Asking questions prompts an immediate response. Anytime you ask a question, hey, how do you like this? Or this is something that you've been to before. It always prompts an immediate response and gets a conversation started. The third one is asking for advice or opinion. People love to be so helpful in asking for their advice or opinion on specific matters, on anything. It is such a good conversation starter because we want to be able to ask opinions of others, and they love to share it. People love to talk about themselves. They love to talk about their expertise, but they like it when people ask them a question. It makes them feel good in the inside. A compliment. We can always do a compliment and starting a conversation. It's kind of like an icebreaker because we're offering a genuine compliment to someone that makes that other person feel good. And that's why it is so important. Hey, I went into the store the other day, was going to go on vacation, saw a lady sitting next to me. She was trying on some shoes. And I said, oh my God, those shoes look so beautiful on your feet. Are those your vacation shoes? And we just started a conversation because one, she was debating whether she wanted to buy the shoes or not. But because I gave her a compliment that made her feel good, she bought those pair of shoes. Make observations is the fifth one. Let's make observations about our surroundings or events itself. If you're, say, pumping gas and the weather's bad, make an observation to the person next to you. Oh my God, the rain is coming in. I want to hurry up and get in. Or if you're at a networking event, ask about, hey, have you been to this event before? Do you know anyone at the event? Always look at your observation, your environment around you. It's a great way to start a conversation. Our sixth way of starting a conversation is using humor. Using humor, again, is another icebreaker. Making a funny joke, a playful comment can really help ease the tension in a conversation because when you go into a networking event or you meet someone for the very first time, we're all tense because we don't know what to say. We don't know what the reaction is going to be. But when you actually find something that can just break the ice, it kind of puts everybody in their comfort zone, kind of at a comfort level. 7, storytelling is the best way to start a conversation. Why is that? Because it encourages them to share their own story. It helps you to be able to have that listening ear to see if if this is going to be a great prospect for you or if you have a referral for that person. But people love to share their stories because we really never know what their day is or what's going on. And sometimes when people just sit down and share a story with you, it just generates a conversation of no other. 8, the 8th way of starting a conversation is we want to make sure that we show genuine interest. Please do not be talking to people and then be all sideways and looking different ways because we want to show that we are really interested in what someone is having to say. They've taken the time to meet with you, to have a conversation with you. You want to be able to make sure that you respect that person's time, show interest. You can even demonstrate, a nod or a shake or even ask them questions could be able to show genuine interest because you're letting them know that you are paying attention. Number 9 best ways of starting a conversation is to share your experience, such as events you both attended or recent news items that are going on. Make the conversation engaging. Don't just make it a one-way conversation. It has to be a two-way conversation because that's how you get to know who your prospect is and if there is really a need. And 10, make sure that you're looking at current events before you go to a networking event or just in your daily routine. Find out what's going on in the world. Find out what topics are trending right now because believe me, it's a really good way to help you to start a conversation because most people, when you go into an environment, want to talk about what's going on. They want to talk about the latest trends that's happening. And if you can do one of those 10 things, it will be the great way to start a conversation to you going to your prospect. It is really a way for you to say, hey, you know what? I'm interested. And you want them to you want them to say the next question to you, hey, by the way, what do you do? And then you want to say, I'm glad you asked. So make sure you try to use those 10 things or 10 ways of starting a conversation. Sometimes we don't even really know that we're doing them because it's just automatically. I get this question all the time, which is our second topic we're going to talk about. When is the best time to network? I get it all the time. Again, I took networking and communications together because when you wake up in the morning to the time you go to bed, we are talking, we are communicating, we are exchanging information. So when is the best time to network? Right now. Right now, that's the best time to network. A lot of times, if you want to be on a more professional atmosphere, you can do it at social gatherings, conferences, expos, professional organizations, online platforms, before and after a presentation, when you do a one-on-one meeting, in between sessions. I mean, networking is going on constantly because you are having a conversation. But really, how do we master the art of communication when it comes to really having benefits from this? Again, we're always naturally talking. So it is something, a form that we do. We really don't look at it in these areas of breaking it down, but this is really how we do it. But there's so many benefits when you actually master the art of communication. One, it enhances your negotiation. It helps you to negotiate opportunities when you actually meet someone. Two, you're building that trust factor. People love to do business with people what? They know, like, and trust. But you're establishing trust over time. The more that you communicate, the more that you build, the more that you get yourself out there, the more that people know who you are and what you do, you are building trust, not only with your prospects, but you're building trust within your community. It's also another great benefit because successful networking helps you to engage with others. A lot of times you don't know really what's out there until you're actually having a communication or you're networking with someone. What are they doing? What are the latest things that's happening? What products and services are they doing? What new inventions are going on? It's a way of how you can really benefit from mastering the art of communication, because the more you talk, the more you engage, you're building stronger relationships. Again, it helps you build stronger connections. It helps you to understand and relate to others. And again, you're building a relationship. When you start conversation or building relationships with potential prospects, it's not a short term. It is a long term. And these are some of the benefits, because guess what? The next time that person sees you, they'll refer you to the next person. A lot of times we have our own walking billboards and we really don't even realize it. Why? Because we've mastered the art of communication. We have clearly told people, or clearly and confidently people know exactly what we do. So a lot of times we don't even have to be in the room in order for people to talk about us, to sell our products and services. And another thing, by mastering the art of communication and the benefits that you get, is loyalty and support. So you'll receive support from others in their time of need. Again, just as I was mentioning, when people know exactly what you do, how you do it, and how you serve other people, you are building that trust. You're building that loyalty and support with other people, and then they'll remember you from the next time. Some more benefits of networking. Communication is so important because, again, we're building long-term relationships. I feel like when you meet someone for the first time, let it sit and marinate, okay? We don't want to just throw a bunch of information at a person when we first meet them, because we don't know if they're going to be our client. Two, we don't know if we can help them. And three, you can refer them to someone else. And that's going to build that relationship. That's going to start building that know, like, and trust factor. So we have to really look at all the benefits of mastering the art of communication. So let's talk about just a few more benefits. It helps you to increase your visibility. It makes you more recognizable. It increases your chances of being considered for other opportunities. Again, we're building our own walking billboards, whether you know it or not. When you are actually talking to someone, you've served people, you've been in the community, you've been seen over and over and over, you are building and increasing your visibility. So the next time someone is at a meeting or they're walking around, they'll be like, hey, have you seen Tapped In magazine? I mean, they have some captivating covers. They are really expanding their visibility, and you want to be on the front cover of their magazine. Another way of benefiting from networking or communication, it gives you so many opportunities to collaborate. You have to look at partnership and joint ventures when we're building our business. We can't do this thing by ourselves. We have to have other professionals and experts out there. And one of the benefits of communication and networking is it builds such great collaborations, and it helps us to expand our reach and get into different avenues that we would have never gotten in before. The third one is access to resources. It gives you information, tools, resource, or even helps you with your own introductions of other people who can help you grow your business. A lot of times we don't look at the many resources that happen. A lot of times if you need a website, there's a resource. If you need a CRM system, there's a resource. If you need professional photos, which we should all have to help grow our business, it's just a tool that can give you resources. That's the benefits. You really want to build on the benefits of communication and networking. Brand awareness, it helps you to promote your brand. A lot of times when we get into business, we do a lot of different things. We get our websites, we get our LLC, we get all these other things. But if people don't know who you are, how are they going to do business with you? They're not going to knock on your door and say, oh, by the way, what's the name of your business? Building communication and mastering the art of communication, the benefits of it, it helps you to build that brand awareness. And it gives you access to decision makers that sometimes you would have never been able to get into the room with. It is an industry trend. You stay informed about all the latest trends, innovations, and developments that are taking place. A lot of times we don't look at it like that. We look at it, if we go into a networking event, one, we already don't want to be there, but two, we feel like that is something like a chore, but it's really not. Again, when you master the art of communication, you are communication and networking 24/7. It never stops. Anytime, again, that you are trying to send a message out, no matter what platform you're using, when you're trying to communicate with the masses, you are mastering the art of communication. But we got to do it effectively and efficiently. We have to be clear and concise so our prospects know exactly what it is that we do. And the last benefit, and this is just some of the benefits, there's so many more benefits we could talk about, but business growth. For entrepreneurs and business owners, networking can help you attract clients, customers, investors, and suppliers to help you grow your business. We want to talk about the third one. What is the plan? A lot of times when we're thinking about communicating, especially us as entrepreneurs, the first thing we do is when people say networking, we go, oh my God, I don't want to go to a networking event. I hate networking, but what it is that you fail to have a plan when you go into networking. You fail to have a plan when it's time to communicate. We have to do certain things no matter what. When we wake up in the morning to the time we go to bed, when we're talking to people, we always have to have that hidden agenda of what it is that we're trying to get. What's the objective? What are you trying to get? And that's the same thing with the plan. So let's talk about when you go into a networking event. We want to make sure that we're using our time wisely and that we're not wasting time, because we want to make sure that we're in the right place at the right time, talking to the right people. So we got to have a plan. So the first thing we want to talk about is setting a goal. What are your objectives for the event? Are you seeking new clients or partnership? Do you have a clear goal or a focus when you go in there? So a lot of times when we get so many offers, so many invites, whether it's through social media, email, about come to this event, join this event. But if your actual ideal client is not there, you've wasted your time. If you don't have an objective of what you're planning on when you get there, then you've wasted your time. The third thing we want to do is second thing we want to do is we want to research the event, gather as much information about the event, the schedule, the speakers, who's going to be attending, identify key people you like to connect with. It will help you to avoid, again, wasted time at events. You want to make sure that you are using your time wisely, that your ideal clients is going to be at that event. We want to make sure that we prepare your introduction. The worst thing you could do when it goes into a networking event is that you're not prepared. We're not prepared. And really and truly, when you're networking for the next person. You're networking for your next client. But you got to be prepared with your introduction because you don't want to lose any clients to come across to you that could really be that next $1 million client. So instead of focusing on selling, prepare what you're going to say to make an impression. Make sure that it's conducive to the audience that you're speaking with. Prepare to make an impression. A lot of times we don't make that impression. We just kind of go in and we're just talking and then we, throwing our business card out. But a lot of times people are not doing that. Let me tell you, when you go to networking events, people are not there to sell products and services. And that's why people get so upset or frustrated when it comes to networking, because you miss the key points. You miss the plan. You missed the plan that you were supposed to have prior to going to there. So bring essential materials, okay, when you go to networking. If you need your computer, a notepad, a pen, most importantly, ensure that your cell phone is fully charged. You can't go into a networking event and you have half a charge on your cell phone, because if you need to actually get somebody's information and your cell phone goes dead, guess what? They're not going to wait for you to go and charge it up. Trust me, they're not. So make sure that you have all the information, all the materials, essential materials that you need, the correct app. Make sure that all your information, even when you're doing electronic business cards, that it is all updated. Prospects are not going to go find you. They're just not. They want to make sure that you are the professional that you are and that you have all your information all wrapped up in one. So make sure that all your stuff is updated. Again, active listening. It is so important when you go into a networking event. Make sure that you're listening. We talked about that earlier. Make sure that you're listening. Pay attention. And here's the cue of why you really want to pay attention, because you want to make sure that you don't miss any key things that you can use to reference later down the road. You want to make sure that you're able to give all that good juice and information to the client that you need. And if you're not actively listening to that client, you don't have anything to remember by. You don't have any resource to say, oh, by the way, I remember this. And let me tell you, that's a huge point when you're actually connecting with people, because once you remember something, oh, that's so good. Make sure that you go in at least trying to connect with at least 5 people. Okay, don't leave a networking event if you have not at least connected with 5 people. It's really easy. Again, we just talked about making sure you have all the essential materials. Make sure that when you leave, ask the client the best way that you can connect with them. Or a matter of fact, say, hey, are you on LinkedIn? Are you on Instagram? I mean, pick one of those social media platforms that we talked about to see if they are connected on those, and then immediately connect with them. And let me tell you this, because within 24 hours, 24 to 48 hours, you will be forgotten about. That's why you have to do active listening to make sure that you can say, hey, you know what? That was a funny joke that you said. Or, hey, I use this, my next client that I use. Thank you for sharing that information with me. Always have something that's going to make an impression. Another easy way for you to connect with 5 people is every conference has a Facebook group. They all have Facebook groups because they're trying to grow their community. You can join in on that Facebook group, connect with 5 people. So even when you get to the event, it's not like an awkward situation that you have to go find people, because you can right there start connecting with those 5 people and say, hey, are you going to be at the event? Can't wait to meet you. Share information and then start looking them up. And then always make sure that you have a follow-up plan. Make sure that you have a plan to say, hey, we're going to go to coffee. We're going to do a virtual meeting. We're going to do something, because you will have wasted your complete time if you went to a networking event and you don't have a follow-up plan. Okay, that's when you do in-person events. Even if you're doing virtual events, create a comfortable setup. Make sure when you do your virtual events that it's comfortable, it's quiet, that you can pay attention, that you're not in a noisy background. 2, make sure that you have tested your technical tools. Make sure that your mics are working, everything is working, so that you're not missing any of that good information. 3, make sure that you take some notes. I'm always a note taker because I believe note takers are money makers. So I'm always taking notes, no matter where I'm going, whether I'm doing mentally notes or whether I'm on a virtual call, I'm doing virtual notes, because I want to make sure that I get something from this event that I'm attending. And I want to make sure that I make an impressionable, a memorable impression to that person. Another thing that you can do when you're on virtual events, please speak up, get on camera. Do not take a Zoom or virtual event and say, oh, by the way, I had a bad day, so listen, I'm not going to show my face. No, people want to do business with people who they see. And if they don't see you, let me tell you, 9 times out of 10, even when you do that virtual event, it's not going to be a follow-up call. So make sure that you are prepared to be virtually seen and to speak up. Even if you're in a group of people, make sure that you are speaking up. And two, and the last one, I'm sorry, on virtual events, share content, share something. Again, you should have done your research on the event. So therefore you could be able to share some type of insight about what that event is to start generating up conversation. Remember, it is a two-way process. Real quickly, when you go to a networking event, I want to share the 8 type of networkers, and I'm going to go through this fairly quickly. One, the first type of networkers are the social butterfly. These are people that's always the most loudest in the room. They're talking, but these are the best kind of networkers that you want to be around, because guess what? They're going to help you get introduced. If you go to a networking event and you kind of like, I'm like that introvert person, don't want to talk, but if you get in a crowd with social butterflies, they are more apt to help you. They are focused more on building relationships and enjoying the social event to help you feel comfortable and connected. The second type of networker is the expert or the business promoter. These are the type of networkers that are highly knowledgeable in their field and possess valuable insight as an expert. They attend these events because they're primarily promoting their own business, but they're sharing valuable information. The fourth one is like, I call them the FOMO, don't want to be left out. These are the type of networks that attend events just to gather the information and insight, to ask questions and to get like engaged information. They just kind of want to know what the latest gossip is. I say the fifth networker is the buffet eaters. There's always going to be a buffet eater at a networking event because most people sometimes just go for the food. They don't really go for the conversation. It's an after hour event. Listen, some people don't want to go home and cook, so they go to the networking event for the buffet. But remember, the conversation starts at the back of the line, not the front of the line. You can get all the information. The sixth type of networker is the walker or connector. These are people that just the type of just focus on building relationship and connecting with people. They're primarily just seeking out opportunities and to introduce individuals and make referrals. Those are the type of people. But then you have your digital networkers where they're utilizing online platforms. A lot of times they're just in there and they're going to talk. All they're going to say is what social media platform you're on. They're going to search you out on that platform and see if you are an ideal candidate. And the last one, which is the 8th type of networker, is just a goal strategist. Listen, they on a mission. They have a mission to at least get those 5 contacts, make an impression, and they're going to make sure that they do a follow-up. So when you go to a networking event, I kind of shared 8 type of networkers. Go in there, do a 360 panoramic view of the room and figure out where they are. They're in different areas of the room. You have your social butterflies in the left. Look at the room. Look how it's designed. Look how people are standing. And we could talk about body language another time, but those are some of the networkers that you want to think about. Now, my favorite is how does LinkedIn come in with all of this information? I'm going to go through this really quickly with you so you can understand just how LinkedIn really plays a part in this, because LinkedIn has over 810 million users. Let me say that again. 800, and it's probably more at this time, but 810 million users on LinkedIn. And did I mention it was a free? Let me say it again, a free platform to use. But when you master the art of communication on LinkedIn, it is so important because you have all your decision makers on there. You have people who are looking to do business with you on LinkedIn. So it's so important that you master these arts of communication when it comes to your LinkedIn. One, make sure that you have a professional profile picture. It needs to be professional, not no selfie that has a bunch of stuff in the background. I mean, your face is looking approachable. You're smiling. It is truly a professional picture. You want to make it a positive first impression. Remember, we only have just a few seconds to make that first impression. 2, you want to make sure that your headline or your border is clear and concise, that it says what your role is in your industry. A lot of times, don't use stock footage, because if I look on your LinkedIn and I see stock footage, I don't even know what you do. What is this? It's a pretty stock footage, but it says nothing about who you are and what you do, because at the half mark of that LinkedIn profile, they're not going down a lot further, not unless it's engaging. Not unless your profile can keep the conversation going, are they going to go further down. 3, make sure that you have your highlights done. Put your videos, reels, and even effective posts. Make sure that you put your most important information that you want your clients or prospects to see on your LinkedIn page. Remember summary, highlights on your strengths, and provide a glimpse of your professional journey. Don't put anything else on there that is not talking about how you can help your potential prospects solve their problem. Your experience, a lot of us are entrepreneurs, so be detailed about your entrepreneurial experience. Focus on your accomplishments and specific results. Prospects love that because if they have a problem and they look you up, they want to know that you're the key person that can help them. Your skills, list skills that are relevant to your expertise. Even get some endorsements from the people who you're connected with. It helps you to boost up your ratings within your LinkedIn profile. Talk about education, include education and highlight your degrees, things that you've done in the community. Put different type of stuff on there that will help them to identify why they need to work with you. A lot of times we leave out certifications. Put anything on there that you've gotten a certification in. Recommendations, they love it. Look at your list of people that are part of your LinkedIn and get recommendations. Another thing is, what do you do? Like sometimes once your profile is done really good and professionally and your prospects wants to know a little bit more about you, they look at what kind of volunteer experience that you have, what kind of causes that you are a part of. Make sure that you put something in there because as all entrepreneurs, we need to have a cause and we need to be able to serve, and serving is doing volunteers. Your media attachment, include any relevant images, news, press release, magazines like Tapped In magazine that you have been in. Showcase your work. And then lastly, engage and network. When you actually are in LinkedIn and starting to make communication, make sure that you are engaging with the people. Look at their profile. Listen, when you engage, don't put no 1 or 2 comments on there. Don't definitely stay away from emojis. Make sure that you show your potential prospect that you're trying to connect with, that you've actually looked at their profile, you looked at some of their posts, engage in there, say something in there that makes them know that you have actually been tapping into what they're doing. Lastly, I want to talk about Tapped In magazine. I want you to imagine the impact of being featured on the front cover of a global magazine, a renowned published magazine dedicated. We're dedicated to helping entrepreneurs and business owners thrive. And they're experts. We want you to make sure that we can help you to increase your visibility and take you to the next level. It's like unlocking the power. It's like giving you the microphone to your brand and making sure that everyone hears it. So let's think about Tapped In as another way of mastering the art of communication, because it's going to help you spread your message, not only just in a certain community, but it's going to give you a broader area of where you can actually tap into so other people can know who you are. Listen, with Tapped In magazine, we strategically, make sure that we give you a captivating cover. Make sure that people know exactly who you are. That's why I say pictures are everything. It helps you to get credibility and authority in your industry. We help you to amplify your voice. Remember, we are the microphone that is helping you spread that message loudly and clearly. We help you to communication. Listen, every time I go into a meeting, I'm not just there to give you a magazine, because inside this magazine, it's much more than just the pages. Guess what? It's a statement that I'm leaving. When your client sees that you hand them a publication with your face on the front cover, it speaks volumes. It speaks more than words can imagine. And we help you to reach your goals. We kind of look at it overall. Where are you trying to be? Where are you trying to go? And we try to put different strategies and techniques in place to help you reach your goal. It's a multiple platform that we use to help you to reach your goals. See, a lot of times when we think about publications, we don't really think about what it can do, the the power that it has. We talk about having the power of networking. Publications is just as important because you're helping to master the art of communication. Listen, inside that publication, we could talk about several different things. We could talk about what you do, how you do it. We can give people a little introduction about you. But listen, we have a client base of customers that we help. And those customers, because of us and our leadership, we're helping them to go to another whole platform. So why not highlight them? Highlight something amazing that one of your clients did in the publication. Tapped In Magazine helps you to come up with strategic information to show who you are and what you do in the community and the people that you're helping and the transformation that you're making in their lives. So right now, listen, we're getting close to the end of the year, and Tapped In Magazine is doing something so phenomenal in the holiday issue. You want to be on the front cover of a global publication moving into 2024. A lot of times we have to look at having a lot of time. If you don't have time to send out 100 messages or do 100 or so emails, let the publications be that platform for you. I know a lot of times I don't have time to send out all those messages. And if I had a digital imprint publication that can speak my language, then that would be perfect. So I want you to go to Tap In, that's TAPIN, magazine.org. Let us help you master the art of communication. Let us be able to help you amplify your voice, amplify your brand, amplify who you are and what you do and how people can connect with you. I'm telling you, it's nothing like being on the front cover of a publication and mastering the art of communication. We've talked about a lot of things in a lot of ways on how to master the art of communication. But if we're not talking, then nobody hears our voice. And that is so important. Like Nikki Giovanni says, I love her quote, we have to find a way to let people know that we are there. And if you're not having communication effectively, then they're not going to know that you're there. So either you need to get tapped in or you're going to be tapped out.
Dr. Tandra Price, thank you for sharing your expertise with us today.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Well, again, remember, go to Tap In Magazine. That's TAPIN magazine.org. Check out some of our articles and how you can get featured.
Oh, we are so thrilled to have had you with us today. Our genius is common, and we're going to see you on the other side.
Bye. Thank you so much.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie?
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso, a new concept in social media. Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Trousseau even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Trousseau is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Trousseau. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Trousseau is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
In the heart of America, there are dreams waiting to be realized. Dreams of owning a home, creating a haven for families, and building a future. Yet, there are 13 million mortgage-ready home buyers and nearly 20 million renter households who have the credit and income to qualify for a mortgage but remain left out of the home buying process. These potential home buyers are in urban and rural America, where dreams should flourish. The big banks, the giants of finance, have all exited the mortgage lending business, decreasing their lending footprints across America. They are no longer present and active in these communities. Instead of offering opportunities for home ownership, some of these banks have chosen a different path. They have decided to become mega landlords. They have chosen to invest billions of dollars in rental homes, leaving potential home buyers with fewer options and stuck in a cycle of renting without the chance to build equity and create a legacy for their families. Here is the shocking truth. A report issued by the Home Ownership Council of America revealed that if lenders were to step forward and serve this underserved market, they could conservatively increase their loan volume by $1.5 trillion. $1.5 trillion. This is $1 trillion business opportunity, ripe for the taking. That's why I Have a Dream Home is here. We support the American dream of home ownership in urban and rural America. We believe in the power of social consciousness and the impact it can have on people's lives. Investing in urban and rural America is not just good business sense. It's a moral imperative. Our mission is clear. Become the go-to mortgage lender in these communities. Create a pathway to home ownership for all Americans, breaking the cycle of poverty by empowering families to build wealth, stabilizing our communities, and taking pride in our country. I have a dream home. Unlocking dreams, transforming communities, and rewriting the story of American home ownership. For more information, scan the QR code or visit our website at www.ihaveadreamhome.gold.
Hey guys, my name is Caden. I'm the CEO of Caden Teaches, and my genius is teaching kids about financial literacy. Throughout my financial products, such as my financial flashcards, my activity book, and my newest project, my financial bus, which I bought. And on the bus, it has a mock bank where kids will learn how to deposit and withdraw money, a mock grocery store where kids will be able to learn how to have a family budget, and a mock stock exchange where kids will even be able to learn how to invest in stocks. Now, I decided to start teaching kids about financial literacy because I find that most kids graduate high school without even knowing the basics about financial literacy. And I feel if I were to teach kids about financial literacy, that I would be able to help kids tap into their genius. And I actually learned about financial literacy to my dad because I would go to business meetings with him and I would always see that they were talking about financial literacy. And at that point, I didn't understand what financial literacy was. So I took it upon myself to learn about financial literacy and teach it to kids in a way that they could understand. But I want you guys to help me help kids tap into their genius by going to my website, cadenteaches.com, and you can sew into me in my financial bus by going to my GoFundMe link. And remember, if Caden can, you can too, because genius is common.
So what we have to do is when we get in the spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I've received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54 Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, prove that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first US-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect US Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Angela Baptiste, and I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers all over the world, from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, I wanted to share with you about authentic leadership and what it means to be an authentic leader. I'm really, truly honored to stand before you and talk and discuss this topic that lies at the heart of being an effective leader. So many times we have leaders, right? Or people who have the titles, but leadership, as you know, is not necessarily just about the position or the title. We don't have to have a title to be a leader. We're leaders in our homes, in our society, right? Our communities, our churches. So wherever you are, you can be a leader if you want to be, and if you truly are passionate about leading others. So it's about the impact we make on others, the legacy we leave, and the way we inspire those around us. So, I'd like to start by sharing a story about someone who exemplified an authentic leader, someone who displayed all the qualities of an authentic leadership, who was in my life. Her name was Tracy. She was a mentor of mine. She not only possessed incredible knowledge and skills, but she also demonstrated unwavering integrity and empathy. You could talk to her about whatever issues you were experiencing in order to get your work completed. And she was just totally committed to helping others grow. Her leadership wasn't just about authority, it was about influence. Tracy showed me what it meant to be an authentic leader, just moving way beyond what her words were. It was more about who she was and how she could connect with us, her team, the people who were on her team, and made a lasting impact behind. I worked with Tracy DeMarco years ago, over 20 years ago. I started with her, as one of my first jobs. And she has remained with me over 20 years later. That's the impact. That's the influence that she had on my life. So understanding authentic leadership, is what it's all about. And it's vital in our society, in our world as we live it. Authentic leadership is about being true to oneself while leading with a sense of purpose and values. It differs from other leadership styles because it's deeply rooted in being self-aware, self-awareness, and emotional intelligence. It's so important for us to have that quality in order to be an authentic leadership. So let's talk about what it means for self-awareness, right? Which is one of the first qualities I'd identify as important to be an authentic leader. Authentic leaders, they know who they are. They know what their strengths are. They know what their struggles, their weaknesses, if you want to call it that. They know what they value, and they know what they believe. Whatever happens, they have already thought about it before and know whether yes or no they will do it. Make that decision, yes or no. So they understand their emotions and their motivations, which enables them to lead with authenticity. But how can you cultivate self-awareness, you may ask me? We start by self-reflection and self-assessment. We take time to ponder what our values are. It's so important for you to identify, as a leader, to identify what do I value, because every day you're going to be faced with making some decision, whether yes or no, and you'll have to decide based on your value if it's going to be a decision that is right for you to make, right? So yes, self-reflection and self-assessment, taking time to ponder those values, what you're passionate about, and what is truly important to you. So if you know and have identified, how your family is important, then the decisions you make will reflect, right, that one of your top values is your family life. So you will not make decisions that will be contrary to your values. Or the next one would be emotional intelligence. That's the next quality of an authentic leader. This involves recognizing and managing one's emotions, as well as understanding and influencing the emotions of others. It's about empathy, self-regulation, and effective interpersonal skills. Authentic leaders cannot, they connect on a deeper level that creates trust and rapport, right? So when you're able to understand your emotions, you won't have a moment where you say something, burst out with something that's inappropriate. You will be, because you'd have already thought that. So you will be in control of your thoughts. You will be able to manage, and that's what emotional intelligence is about, right? You're able to manage whatever emotion, what your emotions, right? So because you're able to do that, you are going to be on par in communicating empathy and regulating, self-regulating yourself, and be able to connect with others, not just on a surface level, but on a deep, authentic level, thus building that trust and rapport in your relationships. And, that defines authentic leaders being able to make that connection, because the bottom line is, when you're a leader and you're developing your team, you're developing them in their growth and their productivity, you need to be able to connect. And that's what true communication is about. It's not just about sharing ideas and getting work done. It's about really truly connecting with those that you're serving. A next quality that I have identified for authentic leadership is that integrity. Integrity means being honest, being transparent, and ethically sound in your actions. So you're not saying one thing and doing the other. You're actually, whatever you say, right? Your word can be your bond. I've worked with people, when they tell me something, I don't even believe it, because based on their actions, it tells me that I cannot believe what they're saying. So an authentic leader, that should not be the case, right? If that authentic leader tells me I'll be there for 10 o'clock, I expect to see them there before 10. Because if you're right on time, you're late, right? That's one of my bosses say. I'll never forget Mark Sidwell. He always says, if you're on time, you're late. He was a British guy. So I learned that in working in corporate America. He was my boss for several years. And it was a team of us in operations, sales operations. And he held his meeting every Friday morning. And I'm telling you, it was interesting because, you must be on time. And that's one of those things that's so important. Because you stand by what you believe. And if you say, I'm going to do so and so, then yes, it should be taken as done. One and done. So you stand by your values, even when you're facing adversities. You're going to be known for doing what's right, not just what's easy. Remember, integrity builds trust, and trust builds it's really the foundation of what leadership is. The next value or quality I would talk about is vulnerability. And I know it's, as a leader, it's one of those things that you really question whether how vulnerable you should be, right? And it might seem counterintuitive, but vulnerability fosters connection and trust. Authentic leaders aren't afraid to show their human side, to admit mistakes. Have you ever made a mistake and then pretended that it didn't happen? That makes you not legitimate. So if you've made a mistake, own up to that mistake. Say, I made a mistake here, but here's what I learned. Here's what I need to do to make that work, to fix the situation. So admit the mistake, ask for help, and share whatever those challenges are. It's about being authentic in a way that allow others to relate and connect with you. So for sure, being vulnerable. The next one we could talk about is being resilient, right? Resilience. Authentic leaders, they demonstrate resilience in the face of challenges. They bounce back from setbacks and maintain a positive outlook. Resilience isn't just about enduring, it's about growing stronger through adversity. So, you know, it's so important for authentic leaders to have this quality, right? Because it's not when we're going to go through the struggle. It's just, it's not, we know definitely that, yes, we're going to have struggles. We're going to have challenges. We are going to have setbacks. But being able to identify, okay, what has been the issue? How can we figure it out? And maybe we need to reflect around the situation, take a reset, right? Or take relearning is important. Sometimes we have to relearn, and then we go from there and become stronger through adversity. Hello, Dr. Larry.
Well, good morning. How's everything going?
Oh, going well. How about you?
I'm just having a great day, and I'm happy to be here to talk to folks about what's going on.
Okay, great. Well, welcome to the Black Business Bureau Expo, and we look forward to hearing your whatever you wanted to discuss with us. And remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
All right. Well, thank you so much, and good afternoon to everyone. I'm Attorney Larry D. Hall, speaking from Durham, North Carolina. And for the next few minutes, we want to talk a little bit about business. Certainly, the Black Business Network, Black Business Olympics are all about business. And that's why a lot of you are tuned in to share ideas and to receive ideas. One of the key things for us is when we want to go into business, how do we find our way there? Many times it's by happenstance. We'll get involved in a business that someone else is flourishing in, or someone in the family is already involved in. And that's great, because what you have done is eliminate a lot of the prep time and prep things you would need to do to be successful in business. Now, I know this network has had a lot of people who have been successful in business, and they've talked about their business story. But I want to deal with it from a standpoint of there are certain elements and certain preparatory things you need to do before you go into business. We want to keep in mind that business is an extension of your life. And so the first thing you want to do is do a personal inventory. Where are you in your life? Are you actually ready to be in business? Are you actually ready? Certain things you will need, certain abilities you'll need to have. And I think there was some discussion by the host immediately before I came on, kind of referencing the fact that you need to have certain skills or ability or resources to draw upon that can bring those skills and ability to your forefront, so you can marshal them and get them involved in making your business successful. So that initial personal inventory. What are you good at? What is your passion? What gives you purpose? What gives you energy? Take that list, put it aside, and know that you have those irrespective of whatever else you do in life. You've developed those, you have those. Part of going into business may be selecting a business adventure or business venture. We call them ventures, but they're adventures. Selecting a business venture that matches your current residence skills and skill set and experience. What do you already know how to do? What have you been trained in to do? What have you been successful doing? And then you have that portion aligned. The next thing may be, let's talk about skills acquisition. Now that you've identified what you do well, what do you not do well? Maybe you are not great at keeping track of finances for your business. And there are certain tips to you when you're in business or you're taking care of finance. Are you having problems with your personal budget at home, keeping up? Are there little signs like either missed or late payments that you failed to make, not because you didn't have the money, but because you didn't have it on automatic pay, or you meant to do that and didn't do it? You just simply overlooked the bill because it was sent by hard mail instead of email. And so those kind of barriers you want to look at. They're easily removed, but you have to look at them, do that personal inventory again, and this time look at the skills that are going to be necessary for your business. A lot of times there will be a creative side and an administrative side. I'll say that again, a creative side. Do you have a unique idea or a better mousetrap, let's say? Okay, if you do, then you have to monetize it. You have to move it to market. You have to develop a network of people who will invest in it, either SBA loans, your personal bank, your circle of friends who have resources to invest, maybe even your family members, or draw down on some of your resources. And some of your resources may involve your retirement fund, your child's education fund, just your general savings or whatever. Before you tap any of those sources, you want to make sure that you have the skills, because people may invest in you and your business, may have confidence in you based on lifetime of experience. But you want to make sure that you are true to them and true to yourself by ensuring you have the skills to give yourself a chance to make it work. And that's very important. To thine own self be true. Make sure as you do that personal inventory that those areas where you have shortcomings that you already know exist, don't try to hide them from yourself, but make sure you have things in place to address them. Number 3 that I would look at is your network. Some people say, and I've heard it on this network before, on the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics, your net worth is your net work. What are relationships worth? And I see our host, I didn't know if she had a question or a comment at this time.
Yes, we're going to take a break and come right back.
Okay, we'll see you on the other side.
Yes.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
So what we have to do is when we get in a spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I've received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11, I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this, because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
La connexion. La connexion.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that that's it.
Hey.
No!
Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants.
Okay.
He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
Be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the Be You collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks?
Did you know that our black dollar only lasts for 6 hours in our community? Yet other communities, their dollars last for 19 to 30 days.
The Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation. Yes, that's why we created the Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation is a centralized directory available to all black businesses across the world. It was created for businesses like you, the ones that want to start and the ones who have a dream that have already started, such as businesses like Drop in a Bucket Productions, Valito Foods, Sugar Tea Branding Firm, All the Dazzle, Bun Cakeaholic, Miss Riot, and you. We'll have marketing, seminars, and some funding coming soon just for you. So, we want you to come and join us. www.blackwallstreetnation.com. See you there.
Cash flow 5, 10, 10, 75.
I use the cash flow app to keep track of my charities.
Cash flow 5, 10, 10, 75 helps you manage expenses, helps keep track of charitable giving, helps you save your money. Cashflow 5101075. Download it today. Cashflow 5101075 would like to wish the Cyber Bears good luck in this year's first robotics competition.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she is what she wants to be, the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Hey, Ivanka Farabi here. I'm the founder and executive director of Beyond the Shackles. We're a nonprofit that instills hope in the incarcerated, disenfranchised, and their families. But we don't stop there, because what we know is that you don't have to spend one day behind physical bars to be in shackles in your heart and your mind. And we help people to rise up. What is my genius? I'm a life elevation coach and strategist. I'm a motivational speaker, and I help people to navigate the difficult terrain of adversity. Do you know that you can build the most beautiful masterpiece from the rubble that might lie at your feet from the most difficult of times? Well, you can. And I help people to walk out their God-given plans and find their genius. Why? Everybody has genius, because genius is common.
Welcome back.
Well, glad to be back. I hope everyone is paying attention to those commercials and that information. They could be helpful in the pursuit of their business.
Definitely. Well, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
All right. Well, we'll continue. We talked about the first 3 elements: personal inventory, your skills acquisition and balancing. Then your network is your net worth. What is your network is where we left off. And your network of people that you will both get expertise from, put on your advisory board, may assist you in selling your product or getting you entry to different marketplaces. That's your net worth, because they will ultimately help determine the success of your business. And so you have a brand, or you should always be thinking about creating a brand. And that brand will help you in many ways, from finance to marketing to personal relationships throughout your business life and your personal life. I think the final thing, as we have a short period of time, so I want to get to the final item, is vision. And the vision is something that you have about what you're trying to do. And you want to develop that vision, because oftentimes, as it should be, the most important person, obviously, is you. Do you have a realistic vision, an achievable vision, a cutting edge vision? What percentage or elements of those things do you have in your vision? Because it's nice to have a vision, but you also want to progress toward it. Have incremental steps You may not be able to do it all at once, in all likelihood not. So you want to do that and have that vision. That vision translates to what you do, how you do it, how convinced people are that you are sincere about what you're doing. And the person taking the most risk is you, but the person taking the second most risk is someone who believes in you. Now, oftentimes we'll try to finance deals or business ventures, and the bank will say, we cannot see the value or the return in what you're doing. And so they may say, your business is not for us. Well, there may be someone else out there, and you can't give up, obviously, after one attempt, but you also want to take in consideration what were the concerns they had with your vision versus their projection of reality. Why did they think the market is not ready for you or will not treat you as kindly as you project? And those type issues. Keep those in mind as you go to your next effort to raise capital or bring on partners, etc. And it's always great to have partners who have a vested interest, who are, quote, equity partners. They have a great interest in the business succeeding, not just getting paid back their revenue that they invested, but in the business succeeding and generating even more. So always consider equity partners. Again, that would fall into the same category of what are the strengths or weaknesses that you have, and is there someone out there who could be a partner who would bring those elements you need to make the business successful. And then you have someone else in the room with a vested interest, an equity partner, who is looking out and giving out information and experience to you so you can make the right decisions, the right business decisions. You want to be right. The biggest risk taker is you, and you want to have all the help you can get on what you're doing. So you have help, especially if you have an equity partner or an investor who's going to be active and bring those skills that you are in need of. How do you make sure you're now talking to those investors or family members or whatever, and you're really selling them something? Again, your brand up to that moment may be the entree or the opening for you to then talk about this departure from your regular career or whatever into this business adventure. What is the selling the invisible? You're selling something that in many instances does not already exist. Now, if you're fortunate enough to have a family business or be able to have the opportunity to buy into a business or become one of those equity partners who brings that skill, etc., that has value to that business, and that business is willing to exchange an interest in the business for your expertise, and you become a equity partner or a part owner, then that's great. That's a great opportunity. It's great that someone values your expertise, and certainly you want to really give great thought to that. At the end of the day, though, your time is something you'll never get back. And so that's why it's important to go through these steps and be aware of them. And selling the invisible takes time from you and whoever you're selling that invisible, that future, that productivity that can happen, that potential. You're selling that invisible, and you're selling it by supporting it or wrapping it in reasons why it will succeed, in reasons why it's needed, in reasons why it will be successful because of the efforts of both of you. But that is critical, because you are selling something in many instances that does not exist. And as I said, if you have the opportunity to be involved in a going concern, already has cash flow, may need some adjustment to their profit and loss ratios, etc., obviously that's a better situation if you have the expertise or you're bringing whatever else it is that you're bringing to it. But if you're starting from zero, then those other elements we talked about become that much more important. Communication. Throughout, we've talked about your engagement of people, your skills acquisition, getting people with the skills you need that you don't currently have in order to run the business. The communication issue is the biggest. And it's not necessarily media communication versus personal and direct communication, because you once again are making a sale of some type. You are convincing someone, whether they're a family member or a stockholder or an investor, you are convincing them that this is the place to place their money. They could spend their money on anything, but the return they would get altruistically, good feeling, good profit margin, stable return on investment, continuing a long-term investment, all of that is what you are trying to communicate to them. And that's why communication is so important. Additionally, you're going to have to hire or contract with certain people with certain skills you don't have, and you have to be able to articulate to them, here's where I'm trying to get to. I need your help, financial side or otherwise, planning, keeping track of return on investment in order for us to get there. So it's really important that you concentrate on how do you communicate. Take notes or get responses from folks, even if they don't approve your idea, approve of what you're saying. You need that feedback in order to rapidly progress through the business cycle. Without it, you may get stuck or make a bad decision that could have been avoided. Let's talk about financial freedom. How do you set up your business so that one crisis does not doom your business and your personal life? And so I talked to several people in business. I represented several businesses. One of the key points that I had an investor called me about a project he wanted to do. And then he went back to recount other projects that friends of his had done that became too overwhelming. They created too much personal pressure. They created too much personal risk. They were upside down in the projects and could not recover. And then, therefore, the projects basically took over their lives. And so you really want to know or be in control of, where do I go? Where is my drop dead point? Where is my limitation so that I continue to have the resources and safety net in order for my family to continue and live? So you really have to, that's a personal discussion, a personal decision with your family members and yourself and your financial planner. But what can you afford to risk in order to gain? That decision is up to you, of course, but you must get the input from those folks around you. Decision traps. All throughout our discussion, we've talked about having to make certain decisions, trying to make sure you have the information necessary to make the right decision. And the right decision is not the same for everyone, just like the right skills mix is not the same for everyone. One person may have certain skills resident to them. Others may have to bring it in from outside, vice versa. There's no one formulation. You just have to have those skills and that ability that are critical to the business operating. So, but the decision trap is you're darned if you do, you're darned if you don't. Which decision are you going to make? It's going to take effort if you do it this way. It's going to take effort if you do it that way. You can't get stuck in the middle, though. If you're going to be on this progression to a successful business, you're going to have to determine what is the philosophy, so to speak. Where are we going, and what is our risk tolerance that we're going to accept getting there? Do we have to get there faster? Do we have to risk more? Do we need more partners? But those decision traps will be there. If you do this, then that. If you do that, then this. And you can't get overwhelmed by them. You have to recognize, as I heard one of the earlier speakers, those challenges are going to come. Some failure may come, but as long as we don't learn the same lesson twice, as long as we don't repeat that failure, then it may have well been worth it. No one is perfect. Everyone can improve, and failure gets your attention, but also helps you continue striving to be the best at what you're doing. The selection of personnel, trying to get highly effective personnel to work in your business is key. You have to interview them. You have to know what their lifestyle is. You have to know what's important to them. And then as you look at them, you see how they can plug into the business and bring some value. That value of an employee is critical. You may start as a smaller business, and again, you may buy into a business, but that human capital, that human resource that you deal with every day, that you're entrusting the future of your company to, that relies on you, that relationship is maybe the most critical one you'll have. And so you have to be looking for highly effective people, but at the same time, ensuring that you know what makes them tick and that they can pull alongside you to get to the goal. You need managers who are effective in their past work record or projects they brought to market may give you an idea. You'll need other key people that you'll need to look for indicators of their success. Again, you can't just say, I want this to be, and so I don't have to be responsible and diligent in the decisions that I make. So those items are for this time, and I appreciate the time before you, but those items for this time are ones we want to start out with, preparing to go into business. As I said, preparing. Let's get ourselves ready, almost like training for a marathon. It's not a sprint. It's a long-term commitment. Let's put ourselves in a position to succeed, and that means preparation. No other way, unless you hit the lottery, of course, but no other way except to prepare for greatness, and that's what you must do. So it's been a pleasure. I look forward to coming back and talking to you some more about things to do once you get in business and the different phases of everything from fundraising or financial support to networking with other businesses in your industry.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hall. So much wisdom and information that you shared. Thank you so much. Where would we get in contact with you?
You can get in contact with me at NCLAW, NCLAW 8823 at AOL.com.
Awesome. Thank you. Genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
Okay. Thank you.
Bye.
Are you a forward-thinking entrepreneur or business owner? The world is changing faster than ever, and it's time to pivot and adapt to the future. Hello LLC is here to help you do just that. Hello stands for helping enterprises leverage leading-edge optimizations. Our innovative solutions can streamline operations, reduce overhead costs, and give you a competitive edge in a market projected to reach $5 trillion by 2030. By pivoting to the metaverse, businesses can tap into a rapidly growing market that is projected to be a significant part of daily life for 25% of Americans by 2026. As a full digital metaverse agency, the Hello LLC can help you create custom solutions to streamline operations, increase productivity, reduce costs, and drive brand recognition. Why should you pivot to the metaverse with the Hello LLC? By leveraging cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, and unlock new revenue streams. Contact us today to make the pivot.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Angela Baptiste, and I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, we have our speaker that I'd like to introduce to you, David Jones. He's the CEO and co-founder of the LO LLC, where LO isn't just a greeting, it's a commitment to helping enterprises leverage leading edge optimizations into the new digital age, from 2D to 3D immersive environments. They handle the technical aspects so you can be exceptional. Time is the only competition, and he's there to help each and every business to win, not only today, but also in the future by building a solid foundation. We'd like to welcome David from the Hello LLC. Welcome, David.
Good afternoon. How you doing, ma'am?
I'm doing well. So good to have you. And I'm sure you have some great, powerful information to share with our listeners. So you have a great talk, and genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Yes, ma'am. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you all are having a marvelous day. It is Tuesday. We are going to get this thing going. And first and foremost, my name is David Jones, CEO, co-founder of the Hello LLC. And Hello stands for helping entrepreneurs leverage leading edge optimizations. And really, ultimately, at the end of the day, we are here to help you build your foundation and pivot you from 2D to 3D. And more importantly, guys, look, I come from a background of a family of, my mom and dad are still together and still rocking and rolling. And I've had the privilege of seeing how, they've handled life and how they've been able to move forward in their business. And I'll never forget this. My father is by far one of the best barbecue cookers in Houston, Texas. Come find me if you want to go against that. But he's one of the best. And my father had the opportunity to, open up his own barbecue shop, because he would go out on the weekends. He would be selling barbecue, and people would be like, "Boy, this is good. Wait, can I get some more?" And it was just one of his passions. And I remember things not going the way that he wanted them to, and he ended up, going back to doing what he did, which was still being his own business owner, on his own trucking business. But I remember the look in his eye and the disappointment that he had, because look, we were in there scrubbing the restaurant, getting it all together, and ready to get this bad boy up and going, and it just didn't happen. And I know that's my father's passion. And I know a lot of us have passion that we want to do, and we need to make it purposeful, right? And making your passion profitable at the end of the day, but also being realistic. And what I found and what I've now realized is that, it's the planning. It's the lack of planning. It's the lack of awareness. And as Dr. Eric Kelly talks about all the time, it's the mindset, right? And it's the mind print, and where your mind print is. And a lot of the times we, and myself included, right, have this small, minute, this ceiling over our head of who we are, and what we can do. And as I share with people, we got to really go from that I can't, right, to I don't, to I know, to I do. Because so often I hear people say, "Oh, I can't do that. I can't go live." Well, okay. I don't do that. Okay, you don't. You're literally taking your power away. Oh, I know. Okay, but you're not doing. Oh, I do. And so, being consistent at doing it and doing the occasional things, right? Or doing the ordinary things that most people do occasionally. And so I encourage you guys all, before we even get on this journey, to really go back and look at, your habits, your conditions, your mindset of how you're looking at your business and where your business is going and moving forward in the future. Because one of the things that blew my mind yesterday, and look, guys, when you mention numbers to me, I'm in. Sign me up. Facts over feelings. And sometimes people forget about facts, and they just rely on their feelings, and they respond in their feelings and not their actual true facts. And when Dr. Kelly said yesterday, right, he said, the average age of, the world is at 29. I looked it up. It's 30.4, but who's counting, right? It's low. And what that blew me out of the water was, oh my God, about 85% of my business is people over that age. And as he shared yesterday, what are you doing, to make sure that you have different clientele? What are you doing to make sure you stay hip, you stay above, you stay recognized as a company? Because, if you don't do that, then you are in a world of trouble. And I share this with you because a lot of the times what I find is that, us as entrepreneurs, I got a business. We don't have our E&I number. We don't have our Duns and Bradstreet number. We don't have a bank account, right? We don't have a system in place. We're just going out and we're saying we got a business and don't have the foundation behind our business to really help us stop being the janitor in our business and help us be the VP of our business. And so that's really, at the end of the day, where everything that we showcase, everything that we share with people is something that we've done, something that we've implemented, something that we are still currently utilizing. And you have to make sure, and you have to ask yourself, really, right now, I want you to ask yourself, be honest with yourself too, right? Is your system in place? Do you save time? Are you doing the every minute things every single day in your business? And there's technology out here. You could be implementing these things, but what we find is that a lot of the times we don't, because we fall into that I can't, I don't, right? Or I know, and then I do it once, but I don't do it all the time. And so that's where I really want you all to really pivot your mindset and be able to upgrade your way of thinking and how you look at your business. Because if you aren't looking at it from a standpoint that, hey, I need to get the younger generation because the average age is 30 and majority of my clientele is up here. What happens in 10 years? What happens in 20 years? What happens in 30 years, right? For your business. And so this is where I encourage you guys to have forward thinking, because the 3 most expensive things in your life: closed hand, closed mouth, closed mind. Okay. Those are the 3 most expensive things. And I ask people all the time, what's the most scariest place in the world? Oh, Iraq. Oh, my nearest neighborhood, this, that, and other. No, none of that. The most scariest place in the world is right above your shoulders. It's up here. We talk to ourselves 60,000 times to 80,000 times a day. And a lot of the times, all of those are false. 50% of them are false, and a lot of them are negative. And so you got to be aware, are you coming up with problems or are you coming up with solutions? And today, my friends, I am here to help you understand how you can have solutions. And more importantly, I'm going to be able to save you time. As I share with everybody, time is my only competition. And if time was sold at the stores, it would be sold out. And guess what? We might be fighting for that. A lot of people will be fighting for that, because I'm pretty sure a lot of us understand what our time, gives us. As the gentleman talked about earlier, are you tasking your time, right? Are you writing down what you're going to do? Are you writing down what you're going to accomplish? And a lot of the times we aren't, which is okay. But this is where you have to make a choice to do that thing, because we all get 3 things. We all get a chance. You woke up this morning. We all get, a choice. You got to make a choice. And then we all get to make a decision. And so hopefully your decision is going to push you forward. It's going to be preventative, and it's going to, be more positive than negative, and burning down bridges and all the rest of that stuff. So don't do that. Okay. And so, who really is hello? At the end of the day, guys, look, we want more for you than from you. Okay. Say that again. We want more for you than from you. We want you to win. We want you to believe in yourself. We want you to discover how you can implement and leverage your influence. Yes, you have influence. We all have influence. We are one conversation. We are one Zoom call, old Zoom call compared to Metaverse. We are one, right? One connect away from really changing your life and everybody else's. And as I share, your story is your glory, and your story is somebody else's survival guide. It's somebody else's way to avoid the landmines. And more importantly, it's for you to remind yourself how far you've made it up this mountain, and that you're going to make it to the top, or either you're going to die on the side of it, but you're not going back down the mountain. I can assure you that. At least that's for me. Okay. And so I want you guys to all understand that, when we talk about, the metaverse, when we talk about, the foundation, I like facts. As you guys heard me say earlier, only 64% of businesses have a website. Okay. Say that again. Or should I say, 64. So that means that we got 37%, or should I say 36% of people that do not have a website. Okay. In this day and age, let me tell you something. People aren't listening to what you're saying. People are going straight to the internet. They're going to look you up, and they're going to see what you're about. And they're going to make a judgment. They're going to make an assumption before you even open your mouth if you never talk to them. So this, my friends, is why your presentation, how you show up in life, means everything. You walk into a room with just a t-shirt and tennis shoes compared to walking in there with fully suited and booted, you're going to get a different perception. And that is the same concept that I want you all, right, to be able to really have that mindset. It's not, oh, I don't care about them. I don't care what they say. This is me. No, you need to be caring, because this is your business. This is your livelihood. This is what you said you were going to do, right? And so, the average home-based business makes $48,000 a year. I know I live here in Mexico as being a digital nomad. So as I said, I just don't talk about it. We've been able to put our business online in Metaverse, and we're living digitally. You can too. And I want you to, because there's so much more to experience to upgrade this mindset. Okay. By 2030, just to talk about, the website, these link trees, these 10K things, all these different, applications that you can get. And look, I'll be the first one to admit, yeah, You can go buy all these other funnels and all these other, landing pages and all these things. Yes, you can do that. But that's not what you do, okay? You are the farmer. You plant the seeds, you grow the fruit. You have never seen the farmer at the grocery store selling the fruit as well. It ain't happening. So do what you do best and allow other people delegate, right? Be able to pivot, be able to relinquish that, be able to take some of that NFL money, that 4th of July money, that Labor Day money, that Christmas money, and put it, that Beyonce money, and put it into your business, okay? Because that's a return on time investment. That's a return on investments. That, my friends, is a whole lot better than you going out than this month 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, right? Out to eat that's just going to be gone the next day when you could have put that in your business. And so I want you all to understand that, not only on your website, so many people talk about podcasts. So many people talk about, I want to have my apparel line. So many people talk about, I want to do this. Why aren't you? Okay. And that is why I encourage you all to leverage your influence. And really, at the end of the day, you should have your own podcast. Let me tell you why, right? You can have a podcast because, hey, Dr. Eric Kelly, hey, I got a podcast. I would love for you to be on my podcast. Will you be a guest on my podcast? Sure, David, I'll be a guest on your podcast. Let's talk. Other than me going to Dr. Kelly and say, hey, can we meet? No, I ain't got time for that. A different perception, a different mindset. In that podcast, you get to say, hey, welcome to my podcast. If you'd like to have more information on wellness, go here. If you'd like to have more information on my electricity, go here. If you'd like to have more information on the metaverse, go here. You literally can use that podcast as your own commercial, as your own business, and then have a conversation with somebody. David, I didn't know you did all of that. Man, we definitely need to have that meeting. Let's talk. Let me get this art gallery that I've been talking about in the metaverse. Let me get that going. Right? And so this is where we get to utilize these tools and tricks and tips to really be able to understand how this can all work, right? Free giveaway. Are you an author? Or do you got a book coming out? Are you giving away a free chapter? No, you haven't thought about that? You might want to think about that. If I will you, your book doesn't even much need to be complete. You could have the first chapter of your book and you could have it say, hey, go to this Biz in a Box and go get a free chapter. I'm going to get your email. So when my actual book is ready, I have all these emails. I have this system that I've been putting in place. I've been preventative of running my business. I now have all these emails that I now can string a whole bunch of stuff together. And so, this is where you need to understand not to get overwhelmed. And so many people are overwhelmed with getting online. They're overwhelmed saying, oh, I don't know about the metaverse. Well, you need to learn about the metaverse. It's the 3rd generation of the internet. That's like saying, I don't know how to use my email, and you're a business owner. Hello. So, I want you all to understand leveraging this technology to work for you, automating your business so it can really start working for you, delivering your portfolio. Somebody asked me to come to this event, or come and showcase. I have a media kit. Boom, done. I don't got to worry about typing and all that other stuff. It's sent. Be preventative with your business, okay? Utilize marketing and email marketing. How many of you right now, ask yourself, you got an email campaign going? No? You should. Your email is just important. How many of you posted about your business in the last 24 hours? No? You don't have a business if you don't talk about your business, number one, okay? And I would highly encourage you all to make sure that we can separate these things. Have your personal account. Put you eating, put you going out. Do it, do you. But you need to come on over here and open up this business account, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, all of this, and you need to be able to showcase your business 3 to 4 times a day. Did you know you see an average of 5,000 commercials a day in advertisements? Why isn't your business one of those, or 2 of those, or 3 of those? We all sit around the Super Bowl commercial. Oh, did you hear about that commercial? Why don't you have your own? And it's free, because I'm here to tell you, if you're not ready, these social media accounts are about to start charging you to post, okay? If you're not paying attention, it is here. And so this is where, my friends, that we really have to be able to up our game. The last and most important, your appointments. Are you sending email reminders? We're now globally, so the time zones is just outrageous to figure it out. And then your time of your appointments being canceled, people saying this, people saying that, confusion happening. Why don't you have an automated system for that? Where people get a text message, people get the information, people get an after information of thank you. Why don't we set that up? So, my friends, I want to be able to introduce you guys to our Biz in a Box, where our Biz in a Box is a one app, one tap website funnel, right? You can call it whatever you want to call it, but it got everything in its mama in this Biz in a Box that we've been able to design and create, not just look good and rebrand yourself and make yourself look good, but also be able to put systems behind it that work, right? That work for you, just for you, because we customize these packages to really fit your business. From, check this out. Why is this dude talking about all this stuff? You can put your podcast on there. And some of you have podcasts right now, and you're sending people your Anchor link or your Spotify link. And guess what? They ain't going to download that link, okay? They're not going to download Spotify. When they do download it, they're then going to go be competed with Kevin Hart's, Kim Kardashian's, everybody else's podcast besides yours. Where in our Biz in a Box, it is literally boop right there, press play. They can be going through your website and listening to your podcast at the same time, other than you saying, hey, girl, you listen to my podcast? Girl, I'm sorry, I haven't got to it yet. You can avoid all of those, right? And so why not have your own apparel? Everybody's wearing Gucci and all this other stuff. Why don't you put your own name on your brand? So when you do go out and about, hey, hello, what's that? Helping enterprises leverage leading edge optimizations. Tell me more about that. They don't say that when you're wearing Nike and Gucci, right? So make sure you're doing that. How about you put your art? Are you a musician? Stop sending people to Apple. Play the music right on your website, right? What about your YouTube? What, do you have a 2-minute YouTube that people can go to your website and it can literally showcase what you're about? Oh, I know what they do. Boop. Why not, right? And so this allows you to be able to give away free content, be able to have your own metaverse store, be able to have your own calendar, digital content, right? Be able to have professional services within your Biz in a Box, and be able to also, promote your blog, promote your portfolio, all of this and above. And so prime example, I love giving examples of being able to share with people that, hey, look, you got to be able to understand. I love using the analogy, of authors. Authors are amazing. Everybody's writing the books, utilizing this AI tools. I love it. Keep doing it. Put your story out there. Share your story, because your story is amazing and everybody needs to see your story. And not only that, you get to live forever. Okay. Let me go in on this one real quick. Is that, we talk about legacies. We talk about leaving generation, right? Wealth. What about leaving your generational thoughts? What about leaving your generational, ways of being and how you went day by day? And I say that because, a lot of us say that we can't do this. We don't do this. And social media is the key. Okay. If you're not paying attention, as Dr. Kelly said, 29 years and 29 is the average age. What are those kids doing now? They're on social media. They're networking on social media. They're doing all these things in metaverse, Roblox, right? Fortnite. You've all probably heard of that. That's metaverse at its finest. And I say this and I share this with you because we too were those kids. Hey, mom, let me teach you how to use the text message. Let me teach you how to use this Apple phone. Hey, mom, let me teach you how to use this Zoom. Hey, mom, let me teach you how to do this, right? And so this allows us to really sit back, like I said, and shift our mindsets that the tables now have turned, my friends, okay? You are now the older adult, and these kids are teaching us a lesson. And it's up to you right now for you to sit there and say, you know what? Me knowing what I know, and that, these businesses and everybody's pivoting, everybody's getting to this metaverse, and I need to get my social media up, other than me saying, I don't care about that. That's not that big a deal. Let me tell you something right now. Your marketing and your branding is the only deal, okay? Because your marketing and your branding gets you the sales, allows you to scale, allows you to set up systems. Because with nobody knowing who you are or what you do, none of that matters, especially if your average age of your actual customers are above 30. You got 10 years max, okay? So you got to be able to pivot. You got to be able to reorganize your thinking and your brand. Just because you ain't on TikTok, right, and you don't like TikTok, TikTok got a messenger. You should be on there. You don't like Twitter or Spaces? There's a DM in there. You should be in there, right? You don't like LinkedIn? You definitely should be in there if you got a business. Well, that's not my thing. I don't care if it's not your thing. Go do it. And right now, you have systems that we can help you out with, right? And so I share this with you guys all to really be able to understand that if you want to learn more about our Biz in a Box, you go to thehellollc.io and you will be able to see our Biz in a Box. You'll be able to see that we've done multiple people's Biz in a Boxes that you might know, you might not know, but there's definitely some people that you have heard of, right? And there's more to come. And at the end of the day, I ask you to ask yourself this, you change your clothes for your business. Are you still using the same stuff you used before the pandemic? Do you still have the same website that you had after the pandemic? Do you have the same website and utilizing the same strategies that you were using 10 years ago? It's time to upgrade. That's like saying I'm wearing the same underwear for 10 years. It ain't good, okay? I know I put a bad scene in your face because I know I got one right now saying that. And so, you got to be able to understand that you got to make the pivot. And as we put together this Biz in a Box that helps you build your foundation and helps you really reorganize yourself and help you stop getting frustrated, helps you from sending 20, 30, 4, 5 links when people ask you about your business and you're sending them this. Or, one of the things that I always hear, with people is that after we get finished doing their Biz in a Box as well, I really, felt uncomfortable, sending my website. It didn't represent me well, and it just wasn't me. And so often people feel that way. And it blows my mind that we won't do anything about it, but yet we know we need to do something about it and we don't. And as we continue to share with you guys, priorities have to be, number one. And so often our priorities, so often we talk a lot, right? But we don't walk a lot. And it really comes down to the matter. What do you want to do? How do you want to focus, right, on your business, your brand, and how are you going to move forward? Because I'm here to tell you, things are changing. This metaverse is nothing to play with, okay? If you haven't been paying attention, Nike just made $145 million, okay, in the metaverse. Gucci just sold a $4,500 purse that you will never, ladies, be able to put those receipts in there, put all the change in there, put all your nail stuff in there, your first aid kit, never be able to put in there. But somebody bought a Gucci digital bag at $4,500, okay? Walmart is not shutting down because it's becoming Jerry Springer and, people are stealing stuff left and right. Walmart is shutting down because there's a pivot that they understand. What Amazon did was Amazon created an app that put a whole bunch of stuff on there that they didn't make, and people came to buy it with no overhead, no logistics, no inventory, none of that. And so we too have to be thinking at that capacity, and we have the ability to now. And I will just share with you guys all this. As a Black community and as a Black man, my father would always say, son, white people this, white people that, they know this, they know that. Yeah, but it also comes down to us. It also comes down to us taking ownership of how we're being, how we're showing up, what we're doing, what we're saying, and taking ownership of us. We point the finger at everybody else, but there's another 4 pointing back at us. And so you really got to take ownership of now. I'm sorry to tell you, that might still be there, but it really ain't there. It shouldn't be an excuse, because guess what? We all can copy, we all can paste, we all can drag, we all can drop. And right now, business, right, is about those 4 things: copy, paste, drag, drop. And it's up to you of what you're going to be dragging and dropping and pasting and cutting. And so, this really is where we get to come together. We get to build together. We get to have this collaboration together and really stop utilizing the old conditions, the old habits, because I'm here to tell you, we're moving to a global market. Where we just heard a young lady yesterday say, that she wants to bring us all together and bridge us all together. But we have to first be able to bridge ourselves together first and be able to get over our traumas, be able to get over our drama, be able to get over, the things that happened in the past. So often, we wake up in the morning and we, got 10 bags of luggage that are sitting right here by the bedside. And we get up in the morning and we decide to just take that luggage with us into the shower, brushing your teeth, right? Doing everything, eating breakfast, and those luggage is just sitting right there. I'm here to tell you guys, drop that luggage, let that luggage go. Your past, who you were, what you did, how you did, you got to change that. You got to become a better person because your business grows as you grow, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm just here to share that with you. So if you're wondering why, hey, things aren't going right, things aren't conditioning right, or succeeding the way you want to, I encourage you to turn that mirror around and ask yourself, hey, what am I doing? Am I meditating? Am I taking care of my health? Am I talking or am I walking? Right? What am I doing? Because so often, we counting everybody else's money. We asking them what they did. We pointing the finger at them. We quit to want a manager, but we're not quick to, call the manager inside. And the 6 S's of success, right? And I'll leave you with this, is your surroundings. Who are you surrounding yourself with? Okay? My father called me last night, or I called my father, he called me back. And he said, hey, son, what happened to your friend? I said, who? I said, no, Dad, we ain't talking in a while. What happened to this friend? Oh, no, we ain't talking in a while. Why? Because my surroundings, okay? When we very first started this business, I had a friend that go out to and look, I talk about going to the club, spending money. I did that. That was me. My father said, son, stay out of the clubs. Start saving your money. He didn't tell me about investing. Start saving your money. Get out of there. Stop doing all that stuff. I didn't listen. Hard head, make it soft. You know what? I didn't do it. And so I wish I would have done it, but I didn't because I was surrounding myself with the wrong crowd that then, had me tell myself a story. Oh, now I got it. He don't know what he's talking about. A story I sold myself on, and we all sell ourselves on stories. And then, that takes me down to our sacrifices. Our sacrifices. What are you sacrificing? So many people look at sacrifice. Oh man, I got to give up this. Man, I got to give up that. Well, what if you did give it up? How much better off would you be if you did giving up drinking every night? If you did giving up smoking? If you did give it up, stop, arguing and all this other stuff? What happened if you did do that? Do we look at that side, right? And then that comes down to really, the self-disciplines that we have. The self-disciplines. How self-disciplined are you? Not just doing it when you want to, not just doing it because, oh, I'm mad and now you're going to do it to be self-disciplined. Do it when it counts. Be self-disciplined. And then, standards. What is your standards? What is your boundaries that you have? Your standards are important. And I'm here to tell you, raise your standards. Raise your boundaries. So many of us get walked on. We set our boundaries low. We don't think we can do this. We don't think we can do that. Yes, you can do it. Raise your bar, right? There ain't no bar. One of the young ladies said, step outside the box. There ain't no box, right? There's no box at all. And, the last one is your conversation with your soul. You got to have a great conversation with your soul, and you got to be upfront and honest. Integrity is not with everyone else. Integrity is with you. And that's what you got to have integrity with your business, your brand, your marketing, your sales, all of that. And that is exactly what, our Biz in a Box is able to get you to the next step. And not only our Biz in a Box, we have a Pivot membership that literally people can come and join for $7 a month, where we teach you all of these things. We got 100 videos that just have a buttload of information. That's 23 cents a day. You got that in a junk drawer, okay? You can go to The Hello LLC and you get that, where we talk about marketing, we talk about sales, we talk about metaverse, we talk about finance, we talk about fintech. We got it all in there. You name it, it'd probably be in there. And if it's not, say it and we'll make it in there, right? And then we have, our Biz in a Box that I just talked about, that I encourage you all, do not, okay? Listen to me. Don't you sit there and don't go to that link and be like, dang, I probably need to get me one of these. Yes, you do. It's time, right? And so this is where, we really get to help you guys out, and then really into the metaverse, where with our Biz in a Box, we can implement the metaverse as well and put you in there through your Biz in a Box. one app, one tap, and yes, you can get into the metaverse from your phone, from your laptop. This is being broadcast right now in the Hello Plaza headquarters right now as we speak. Hey, Mom. And so, this is where we have to understand that the future is here. And I went into YouTube yesterday, and then I went into our Hello Plaza, and I'm like, people just won't press a button to download an app and see that the future is here. Why not? That's the question people should be asking. Why not? We went from 8 tracks, tapes, CDs, iPod. Now it's downloadable. Big block, briefcase for a phone, BlackBerry, iPhone. What's next? We got these flip phones now. We're 30 years into this generation of internet. It's time to pivot. It's time to move. And I'm here to tell you, let's go. So with that being said, my name is David Jones, CEO of the Hello LLC. Hello stands for helping entrepreneurs leverage leading edge optimizations. We just don't talk about it. We are about it. We can show you, we can teach you, or we can do it for you.
That was powerful, David. Thank you for sharing. You had me really leaning in. Thank you so much. So much for me to, connect on to getting into that metaverse. So thank you for sharing, and you have a wonderful and pleasant rest of your day.
Yes, ma'am.
Remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. So the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The Expo is a fundraiser for students going to college, right? You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use Cash App. And the Cash App sign is the $sign BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can go ahead and register online at the www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Remember, every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We would like to thank our Black Business Expo U.S. sponsors for September 2023. NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Ritchie Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supply Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, and Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shawnee Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hey guys, my name is Caden. I'm the CEO of Caden Teaches, and my genius is teaching kids about financial literacy. Throughout my financial products, such as my financial flashcards, my activity book, and my newest project, my financial bus, which I bought. And on the bus, it has a mock bank where kids will learn how to deposit and withdraw money, a mock grocery store where kids will be able to learn how to have a family budget, and a mock stock exchange where kids will even be able to learn how to invest in stocks. Now, I decided to start teaching kids about financial literacy because I find that most kids graduate high school without even knowing the basics about financial literacy. And I feel if I were to teach kids about financial literacy, that I would be able to help kids tap into their genius. And I actually learned about financial literacy to my dad because I would go to business meetings with him and I would always see that they were talking about financial literacy. And at that point, I didn't understand what financial literacy was. So I took it upon myself to learn about financial literacy and teach it to kids in a way that they could understand. But I want you guys to help me help kids tap into their genius by going to my website, cadenteaches.com, and you can sew into me in my financial bust by going to my GoFundMe link. And remember, if Caden can, you can too, because genius is common.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet. But I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style. And it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at it. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions. It represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
That entrepreneurs all around the world just want to be seen, heard, and provide great service? Well, I know that there is an expo that's going on to help entrepreneurs all around the world do just that and much more. Hi, I'm Dr. Lotus Roche. I'm the CEO of Lotus Roche Life Coaching and Consulting, along with being the show host of the Lotus Roche Ignite Show, news you can use and bring who you are. And today I'm bringing to you some amazing information about the Black Business Expo USA, hosted by none other than the remarkable Dr. Eric Kelly. And I welcome you to jump on board this wonderful train that is helping unite businesses all across the planet during the Black Business Expo USA. Here's a word from the CEO of the Black Business Expo, none other than Dr. Eric Kelly.
Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Kelly III, and I'd like to invite you to the Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in the world. It gives your company an opportunity to showcase, to market, to advertise your products and services worldwide. And for those who would like to speak or be a vendor, corporation or company, I implore you to give us a call at 919-308-9090 or go to our website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. My genius is understanding your vision and utilizing your vision to help you earn a profit.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network. of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaw explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Angela Baptiste, and I'm your business moderator for today, this afternoon, on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, we're going to have a fireside chat. Grant McCall of Omaha will be talking with Henry Ward. As Chief Operating Officer of Be Direct, the nation's first US-based, American-centric corporate board preparedness and board search company. Henry Ward's responsibilities are very broad in scope, ranging from strategic planning and new product development to sales, financial planning, and overall P&L leadership. Ward has served as one of the company's top 3 executives since its founding in late 2020. His professional background is very deeply rooted in growing domestic and global businesses. Prior to Be Direct, Ward served as general manager, healthcare vertical at Fiservs, a global fintech company where he held overall responsibility for all strategic, commercial, and operational initiatives for the 100 million plus technology line of business providing software as a service, billing, and payment solutions. We'd like to welcome Mr. Ward. Hello, Mr. Ward. How are you? Welcome.
Absolutely wonderful, Angela. How are you?
Doing well. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, and we look forward to the conversation. Hello, Mr. McGaw.
Hello.
Yes, welcome. It's a pleasure to meet and get to say hello. And we look forward to your conversation with Mr. Ward. And remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Henri.
Grant, how are you, my brother?
I'm doing great and doing much better since we get an opportunity to discuss again what you are doing. You're doing the phenomenal work at Be Direct, and she gave you some of the things you've done in your past, which has been wonderful. But you've got some things on the table now that are really, I call it game changers. A game changer in a way that you are helping Black executives to have reach all the way into the African continent, and the African continent having reach into the United States, and actually building that bond a little deeper. Tell us a little bit more about what's got Henri Ward up at night.
Absolutely. Well, before we get into that, I want to congratulate you on your membership into the Forbes BLK community.
Thank you.
So congratulations, my brother. That is quite a prestigious honor.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely. So Be Direct is absolutely doing some wonderful things. As was stated earlier, we are the first US-based but African-centric corporate board preparedness and board search company. Our focus is taking Black executives at the vice president to C-suite level and Black entrepreneurs and taking them through a 8-month training program. And in that 8-month training program, they're actually taught several different skill sets. We have partnered with wonderful companies based out of the African continent. One who focuses on teaching corporate board governance skill sets from an African-centric perspective, which is a little different than corporate governance in the United States. The other company that we've partnered with is an executive coaching firm that has domain knowledge regarding corporate governance on the African continent. And then we kind of mix that and kind of this wonderful gumbo with skills regarding cultural dexterity training. And so for us, being able to take that kind of core offering, and then we actually work as, in many ways, a traditional executive search firm. And so while this cohort of participants is going through this 8-month corporate governance and cultural dexterity training program, we're actually working on their behalf with the U.S. Department of Commerce. We're working with venture capitalists and private equity firms and public and private companies on the African continent to actually help them in terms of placing them on corporate boards on the African continent. You asked me kind of what keeps me up at night, and really it's not so much of a keeps me up at night. It's really the excitement about what we're doing. To our knowledge, we are the first company globally to focus on this market. There are a lot of firms here in the United States that are focused on corporate governance, and we support them all. Our goal really is to tap into an unserved market where you've got Black executives and Black entrepreneurs who quite frankly aren't necessarily getting, their time at bat. The reality is a lot of times it's like when you serve on a corporate board in the United States, people always go back to the same well, right? There are many of us serve on nonprofit boards, and there are great opportunities for nonprofit boards. I've served on several nonprofit boards myself, but as many of us know, in the nonprofit world, nonprofit boards usually want you to bring a check.
Right. A little different.
They aren't necessarily interested in paying you for corporate board work. They want you to bring a check to help them. And again, we support fully support all of the nonprofit work, all the great nonprofit work that's going on here in the United States and abroad. One of the things that we found, though, is the world of paid corporate board directors is just one, very small for everyone, and it's extremely small for Black folks, which is why what you find is that for Black folks that are sitting on corporate boards, they're sitting on multiple boards. And that's because people tend to go back to that same well, right? They're kind of a known quantity. And it's almost like, you know, initially when you're trying to get a job, you can't get a job without having experience, and you can't get experience without having a job.
Yeah.
So many Black executives and Black entrepreneurs aren't necessarily getting that opportunity because the first question that's usually asked in the United States in terms of sitting on a corporate board is, well, what's your prior board experience?
Right.
You can't get a job without having a job. You can't have a job without having.
Yeah, and we've got to break that that chain a little bit. I mean, there's always that first. You always, you know, I was the first one. I was the first one. And to your point, it's nice to get experience in a nonprofit board, just to understand some of the governance.
That's right.
Some of the things that you're going to need to know, and it's nice to cut your teeth in that respect. And then maybe you kind of pivot to just a smaller company board or wherever it might be.
That's right.
Start that process. I want to ask you this, because I know you had gotten started, but when we talked previously, you were saying, "Hey, we're getting a cohort together for this whole 8-month process."
Right.
I mean, help us through. Start from I would say the very beginning, but when you approach someone to be a part of your program, and then you talked about executive search, you talked about some other things.
Right.
Just walk us through the process for them when you first tap them, at least that they're on your radar, to get to the point where they actually, where you're at now, they're starting the cohort, they're starting the training.
That's right. Yeah. So initially, what we invite people to do is to go to our website, which is www.globalboarddirector.com, all one word, www.globalboarddirector.com, and take a look at our video. That video kind of encapsulates who we are and what we do. The video is actually moderated by our founder, Larry Yan. It was actually filmed in South Africa, which is one of our key markets that we do placement in. And what we tell is our story in terms of kind of who we are and what we do. When we look at kind of who we're looking for in terms of people from that kind of first initial onset, we really are looking for key individuals, and it is as some people like to say, rarefied air. and we understand that, but we are looking for corporate executives and entrepreneurs at the corporate executive level, that vice president to C-suite level. Black entrepreneurs who happen to be running multi-million-dollar businesses. And we want them to be able to understand that we are providing them an opportunity that they may or may not get here in the United States. So the first piece of that process is connecting with us through that website. There's a button on that website that talks about U.S. Applicants. And we ask people to kind of click on that button regarding U.S. Executive applicants, and it will take you through a series of questions that we ask in terms of getting information on people. There's another button that says, apply. And that's kind of how you get into our pipeline. It's through that application process on the website. And again, we ask a series of questions in terms of who you are, what your background is, if you're currently a corporate board member, if you are at the C-suite or what level from a corporation you're in, if you currently own your own business, what that business is, what skill sets are you bringing to the table in terms of industry experience, because we are industry agnostic in terms of who we're looking for. But what we also do is we want to understand what industry you're bringing to the table, so that as we are trying to place you on corporate boards, that we can make sure that we are focused in the right areas. And so that's kind of the initial entry point, is through that website. Once we get that information and we kind of go through our curation process of understanding, do we think this is going to be a good person for the program? Then we connect with them to kind of go through an interview process to really understand kind of who they are and to get more information from them, and then kind of make the decision as to if we're going to bring them into our next cohort. So our first cohort actually began this month. Our inaugural cohort began September 16th, and our next cohort will begin spring of 2024.
Okay. And a cohort, would it consist of how many people?
So cohort consists of between 8 to 15 people. Our initial cohort has 8 folks in it, and they are just phenomenal. The caliber of these participants is just a blessing, quite frankly, for us. In this first class, we have 4 corporate vice presidents. We have a young brother who is an entrepreneur who owns multiple consumer-based franchises. We have a person who is a senior policy advisor for one of the world's premier global think tanks. We have the president and CEO of one of the nation's largest Habitat for Humanity organizations. And so we are just blessed with the caliber of folks that we've got coming in this class. During our first session, which was September 16th, we also had on there our partner out of South Africa who does the corporate governance training. We also had a representative from another partner that's doing the executive coaching. And the feedback that we got from this initial class was just wow. We had one person that said, I wasn't sure what to expect, but you have just far exceeded all of my expectations.
And you love that, right? Because you spend a lot of time, you've invested a lot of energy, you've got a vision, now you've got a mission, you got to, now you're fulfilling.
That's right.
I can't wait for that, cohort to get over to the other continent and actually get on set, as you want to call it,
Absolutely. And one of the things that we do, because many of the people that we find that will be participating in these different cohorts, so we're on class 1 now, but many of these folks would not have had an opportunity to travel to the African continent. Right. Some may have gone to Europe, a few may have gone to Asia, but many would have not traveled to the continent. And so we have what we call our immersion program. And the immersion program happens after they actually complete the 8-month training program. So it's optional, but recommended, particularly recommended for folks that have not gone to the continent. We actually will take them over to the continent for 5 to 7 days and have them immersed in the culture. And so we'll take them to either Ghana or South Africa or Kenya. If they go to Ghana, they'll have an opportunity to not only interact in some of our master classes, that will be taught by Black business leaders on the continent. But they'll also have kind of a cultural experience where they'll get a chance to go to Emilda Castle and the Door of No Return, which is where many of the slave ships left from in Ghana. And when they go to South Africa, and we're kind of debating whether we want to take them to Johannesburg or Cape Town, and each one of them have their own kind of reasons for going to. So Johannesburg is the business center for South Africa. It's kind of like the New York City for South Africa. So a lot of global business is done out of Johannesburg. So that's kind of the reason that we would want to take them there. We would also want to take them to Cape Town, and not so much Cape Town for itself, but Robben Island. So Robben Island is where Nelson Mandela was imprisoned, right, and spent a great deal of his life there before he came out and obviously was elevated to the presidency. And so there are cultural reasons for Cape Town, like there are cultural reasons for going to Emilda Castle. But we want to, what we talk about is seeing Africa from African soil, right? You can't really understand how to have a fiduciary responsibility, have a corporate governance responsibility for a company on a different continent in a different country if you've kind of never experienced that culture before. And because of the fact that all of our training is done virtually, which is important because it does allow, folks from different parts of the country to participate. It obviously allows our partners from the African continent to participate, but you don't get that kind of seeing Africa from African soil perspective.
Sure.
Right.
You've got to get the up close and personal. One thing I'm impressed with your company is that you have these types of relationships at the levels that you need. So the ramp, you've provided a ramp backward and forward for that experience.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things to that point, I'll speak to the background of our founder and CEO, Larry Yan, who was a humble person, but just his contacts on the continent are just absolutely phenomenal. So in addition to founding Be Direct, Larry also is CEO of two other companies. One is a cybersecurity company, and the other is a call center company, both doing business on the African continent. His call center company actually has operations based out of South Africa. And so Larry has actually been doing business on the African continent for close to 20 years now. Yeah. He has relationships not only at the commercial level with major companies, but he also has relationships at the governmental level with heads of state. And a perfect example of that, and this gets to our ability to be able to not only train folks appropriately, but also connect them at the right level once they're trained. So as an example of that, and it's an example that I use a lot when speaking of the reach that he has. So last year, the president of South Africa, President Ramaphosa, was here in the United States visiting with President Biden, and that was August of 2022. Well, he was visiting with President Biden in the afternoon, but that morning he had a one-on-one meeting at the South African embassy with Larry Yan.
Nice.
To talk about
the reach right there.
Absolutely.
And the respect. That's well respect. I'm sure when you shared those types of stories with your cohort, or even before they became, part of the team, is that they start to see, all right, this is a new experience. This is something I can't do on my own.
That's right.
And it could be on a lot of people's list, like, wow, that's something I would really enjoy having that experience of doing because of many different levels. And you kind of alluded to a couple of them when most people, especially Americans, African Americans, when you think of Africa, it's like it's the homeland experience. It's like, wow, the last time my legacy, my heritage left these shores, most likely they were in bondage.
That's
now
right.
I'm returning back as a business leader,
That's
that can shake hands with heads of state. That is the prodigal son truly returning home
Absolutely.
with honor.
Absolutely. And one of the things that we want to make sure that people understand, which is why we spend as much time talking about cultural dexterity as we do about as we do about corporate governance. And that is that although we may have the same amount of melanin in our skin, culturally, we are very different. And so anyone who has been raised in the United States and has worked in the United States, we come with a Western way of thinking, right? Whether you want to admit it or not, right? We are very Western thinking. And it is very different during doing business on the African continent as it is doing business in the United States or in Europe somewhere, right? Westerners are very to the point. We're very, boom, 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 in terms of talking about business, right? I don't want to waste time. Let's get right to the point.
Yeah.
That's not the way business is done on the African continent. The way business is done is more akin to Asian cultures than it is Western cultures. People want to know kind of who you are as a person. They want to understand kind of what your background is. They want to understand not just who you are as a business person, but who you are personally before they begin doing business with you. And so we spend a great deal of time talking about cultural dexterity. Here's another example. One of my best friends is Nigerian. He's Yoruba, born in Nigeria, raised in Nigeria, spent the first 18 to 19 years of his life in Nigeria in a city called Abeokuta. So he comes to the United States to go to college. So he is now 68 years old. He has been in the United States for the past 50 years. He holds dual citizenship. He holds Nigerian citizenship and U.S. citizenship. He views himself as a Nigerian living in America.
Yeah.
Right? Born in Nigeria, raised in Nigeria. He views himself, I am fully Nigerian. I just happen to be transplanted in the United States. Right? When he goes home to Nigeria, he's viewed as an American visiting Nigeria, even though he was born and raised there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? Because culturally, he's now viewed as other by those who stayed in Nigeria and lived in Nigeria. They view him more Western than Nigerian. And
even if he knows all the culture, he knows all the language, he knows the customs,
all of that, all of that, he is still viewed because of the fact that, when he left Nigeria, life went on.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. People's relationships went on. Right. And so they view him. And what's interesting is I've heard this from multiple people who have this experience of being born and living in one country, being raised in a different country, and then trying to come back to their country of origin. I've heard this exact same story from Haitians. I've heard this exact same story from Jamaicans. I've heard this story from Ghanaians who feel themselves almost they're kind of like men and women without a country, because they are too African for Americans, yet they're too American for Africans.
Wow.
Right. And
Yeah.
so that's why we spend so much time talking about how do you navigate culture, because the reality is, and what many people don't understand is, people sometimes view Africa as a country versus a continent, right? It is a continent that has 55 different countries in it. And if you are a South African, you view yourself very different than a Ghanaian, who view yourself very different than a Nigerian, who views yourself very different from an Ethiopian, right? Although you're all on the African continent,
Sure.
you view yourself and your culture very differently. It would be the same way as if to say all Europeans are the same, right?
You know what you said there, so that's so important. Being in the United States, American, especially if you've ever been to Central America, when you say you're American, they're like, well, we're all Americans. Yeah. What are you saying? That doesn't mean anything. You're from the United States of America.
That's right. That's right. Right. That's exactly, because you've got North America, you've got South America, you've got Central America. We're all Americans. Right. And that view is very important, because to that exact example, it's like saying someone's European, right? Well, a Brit views him or herself very different than an Italian, who views him or herself very different than a Spaniard, who views him or herself very different from someone from France, although they're all European. So culture plays a huge part.
That's also education, though, because we've been educated a certain way in the West.
That's right.
About the African continent, because we don't see the countries like, these are 55 distinct areas of that continent that have a complete different demographic for every, and there's demographics within demographics. There's
absolutely
all kinds of different cultural differences. So I would figure, especially coming from the US, and assuming, like most people, when they assume, especially in African American, like, all right, you're from a Christian background, you could be from more of a Baptist Christian background. You start to really get granular with that.
That's
and then you realize, like, wow, when you get over, now there are Christian communities in Africa or in some of these countries and whatnot, but their version of Christianity could be completely different from what you're used to.
That is exactly right. And many times what has happened is, and this is across the globe, what you will see is many cultures have adopted Christianity or have adopted Islam or have adopted other kind of mainline religions, but they have adopted it from their own indigenous perspective. Right. So, for instance, I was telling you about my friend who is from Nigeria. So there are three major tribes, if you will, that make up the country of Nigeria. There is Yoruba, there is Igbo, and there is Hausa. Right. They view themselves very different culturally. Right. And so my friend who is Yoruba, and there is a distinct Yoruba religion, right? And so what you have in Nigeria is you have Christianity that has a Yoruba subtext, and you have Islam that has a Yoruba subtext, and then you just have pure Yoruba. Right. But if you are trying to serve on someone's corporate board, you have to understand these types of context. And you mentioned Islam, the Muslim religion. Imagine if you are a Black female executive or a Black female entrepreneur, and you are used to calling your own shots, right? For the most part. Now I take you to a predominantly Muslim country, right? So you are used to dealing with, if you are, black male or female in the United States, you are used to dealing with, a European kind of culture and how to navigate that. But primarily you're still in a Christian centered country, right? Now I take you over to a predominantly Muslim country that now is predominantly male centered. How do you navigate that, right? Right. So that's totally different than understanding, about corporate governance and your fiduciary responsibility, right? Those are very nuanced conversations in which you have to be able to navigate, not just from a technical skill sets perspective, but now you have to be able to navigate from a cultural perspective. And those are some of the things that we talk about and we teach about in our initial class, our inaugural orientation class. It was 3 hours and we could have gone 2 more hours easily. A part of the conversation for that class was, corporate ethics. Right? How do you deal with scenarios in which in a particular culture, here's a perfect example that the one of the instructors from the corporate governance person said, in a particular culture, the way that you show your appreciation is through monetary gifts. Right? In the United States, we would call it tipping. Okay. Right. Just to give folks kind of context. Context and an apples to apples scenario, right? If you go somewhere here in the United States, if you are if you're going to the airport and you've got a red cap, and that red cap takes your bag and is loading that bag onto the conveyor belt, it is customary, or as in the legal language, usual and customary. Usual and customary, right, to tip that person, right? You go to a restaurant, you get good service or you get, okay service. It's still usual and customary to tip. In many countries, when you are doing business, it is usual and customary to tip. Well, in the United States, that's not a part of our business culture, right? So an example that was given was someone was introduced to a business person, and it came back to the kind of the executive coach. That person didn't, that person must not have liked my service because they didn't thank me. Now, the American is thinking to themselves, I certainly did thank that person. I appreciated what they did for me. I told them, thank you very much. I really appreciated it. Well, in this particular culture, if those words are not associated with a monetary gift, then you really didn't thank them.
Now you know.
Right?
Wow, interesting.
And so culturally, as Americans, we really have to understand how business is done in different places and the ethics associated with that, right? Is it within your business ethics to make that monetary gift, or from your perspective, do you say, well, that's not the way that, I've been taught business is to be done. And so I would rather not participate in that. Right. And so those are personal questions or personal issues that people have to deal with in terms of doing businesses in other countries.
When you say that, I'm just reminded of the rules of the game. When in Rome, do as the Romans. Right? If you are playing in their court. This is their world, and you should know these things. It's like you may not know the languages, but you should know there are certain expectations. I'm sure that people would know. Just like someone came here, we would explain to them, yes, it's customary to tip,
right.
As a
Here's how it gets a little complicated. So we have people in this cohort who their companies are paying for them, right? They are being sponsored by their corporations. Now their companies have their own rules, regulations, and policies regarding what is within policy and what is not outside of policy in terms of doing business in a different country, right? And so now, because you are an agent of your company, as you are participating in this program, now it becomes a little bit more complicated because now I'm not just representing myself. Right.
That makes a big difference. Now you're dealing with, you're within corporate governance, corporate policy, there's audit, there's compliance, and I'm sure you have to go through all that. I'm sure there's some, but that's interesting. And I know you're dealing with not only, culturally from executive levels, business relationships, but there's different royalties.
That's right.
And principality, things that you may not be aware. Like that's something in the United States. You hear about certain things like in Europe and whatever. There's the king,
right?
The queen, and
that's right.
They're more like figures. But you go to Africa, and there are still royalties.
Absolutely, and it's interesting that you bring that up because Larry actually talks about the fact that when this is prior to him starting Be Direct, this is with one of his other businesses. He actually was not successful initially doing business on the African continent because he did not understand those rules, right? He went and, tried to talk directly to someone to do business. What he had to understand was in this particular country, you were going to have to go to, let's say the king of the Zulus.
Yeah.
Right. And he actually talks about conversations in which he met with the king of the Zulu nation in order to get approval, in order to have those conversations later with business people. He also talks about the fact that he became personal friends with Winnie Mandela. And it was through Winnie Mandela giving her stamp of approval on him that allowed him to have these other conversations with business leaders, because they now said, well, if Mrs. Mandela approves of him, then he must be okay.
Exactly. Validate. Right? Yeah.
That's exactly right.
No, so those are some interesting rules. I mean, the rules of the game. I mean, wow, it's almost like, hey, yeah, when you're out here playing American football on a soccer field.
Yeah. Or that's exactly right. Or you're trying to play football and everybody else is playing rugby.
Exactly. Like, why are they doing the scrum and throwing, all of these things and knowing, understanding, like, wow, man, I've heard this so many times that when there's someone there, let's say, feels disrespected, you could just think, oh my God, it's like all bets are off.
That is exactly right, which is why I say doing business on the African continent is much more akin to doing business in Asia than it is in Europe, because in Asian cultures, whether it's Chinese or Japanese or Taiwanese or other parts of the culture, and even on the subcontinent of India, it's much more about building personal relationships first before you talk business. Again, in America and in most Western cultures, we're all about business first, right? It's okay. Here's, I'm here and I'm ready to get down to business. And they don't even talk to you about business until you have first established relationship. Very different, very different. In the United States, we have in what we call CP time.
Yeah.
And for those that don't know, I'll let you go to your Urban Dictionary.
And look that up. You'll come right up.
On the African continent, that is very real, right? Because time is also viewed from a cultural lens, right? Many of us know that, and it's kind of an internal joke, that if you have if you say you are having an event at your house and you say that event is going to start at 5 o'clock, we know that our white colleagues will be there at 4:45 or 4:50, right? If you say the event starts at 5, they're going to be there before 5 to make sure that they are there on time.
Yeah.
We also know that people of different hue, if you say 5 o'clock, if we get there at 5:30, we're good.
We early. I don't know where we got that from, but yeah. It's
but I will tell you where we got it from, because that exact rule holds on the European continent and on the African continent. On the European continent, if you say a meeting starts at 5, people are there at 4:55 to make sure that they're there for the 5 meeting.
Yeah.
On the African continent, if the meeting starts at 5, you're good to start at 5:30. And people are looking at you to say, why are you so bent out of joint?
Right. Yeah.
Right. And I was actually talking to a friend and mentor of mine, who happened to be a previous manager of mine, who is Asian Indian. And I was talking about this exact same example. And he told me, he said, in the Asian Indian culture, it is the exact same thing for us. He said, we have what we call Indian Standard Time. So when a meeting is called at 5 and you're there by 5:30, they say he's on Indian time.
Yeah.
Right. It is, we view a lot of things that we take for granted, but we view them through a cultural lens. And because we have been Western trained and we are Western thinking, although we don't view ourselves that way, right? But we are. And so the prism in which we look at things through is from a Western prism, which is why when you're doing business in Asia, when you're doing business in Africa, you have to understand that they are looking through a very different prism. No one in Asia is going to do business with you until they first build relationship with you. It just won't happen.
And it makes sense, because you got to know who am I dealing with?
That's right.
Who am I? Because in other parts of the world, everything's not all up and up. Some things are, beneath the cover. So you need to do your due diligence, right?
That's right.
Who am I truly dealing with? And I have to make a decision if I want to interact with you at all, because you're not only going to do business with me, you're doing business with my family, you're doing business with people I truly care about. And if something goes bad with you, it looks bad on me.
That is exactly right. And that's very different from how we do business in the West. In the West, it's very isolated to individuals, right? In Asian cultures and in African cultures, it's not isolated to that individual. It is the community. Everything is about the community. And so if something goes bad with you, it's, to your point, it's not just looks bad on me. Now I'm looking bad to my community.
Yeah.
Which is why trust is extremely important. Trust on both sides. And I know we're running out of time, and Grant, we always do.
Yeah. We get any great conversation.
But trust is so important, because although, again, we may have the same amount of melanin, because we're culturally different, we have to spend time building trust with them, and they have to spend time building trust with us, because we have been in the diaspora. We are still viewed, like my friend who is Yoruba, we are still viewed as other.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so we have to build trust with them, and they have to build trust with us to say, okay, you are someone I can do business with, because now I know you not just as a business person. I know Grant as a person. I know something about his family. I know something about his likes and dislikes. Now I can do business with Grant because I know him as a person, not just as a business entity.
I like how you said that, because I would say from the African lens, let's just say you're Nigerian, and you just talk about there's three major cultures. I would say somebody Yoruba kind of understands Igbo. They're not, but they understand it. Right. You're not Hausa, but you understand it. So when you're dealing with a person from Africa, you're trying to I don't understand, but from cultural lens, because even as African American, we're still different. It's different sections, different areas.
Right.
So and if you kind of glean everything from what you've read about or what you've seen, you probably have that's a completely different understanding, not only of me, who I am as an individual, but who I am as a family member and from my community. What does that really look like? But do you get good information about the Black affluent communities in the U.S.?
Right.
That's exactly right.
Right. That's exactly right. Or is everything you see based on what you see on television? Right. Yeah. Right. And you and I have talked about this before, in terms of particularly down in Miami, right, where you've got this whole dialectic of different cultures going on. Right. People have to understand that, and I think we just got cut off, but people
I switched places.
Okay. People have to understand, when you travel abroad, you're not seen as an African American. You are seen as an American.
Yes. Correct.
We look at ourselves, because we are in the diaspora, because we are a minority culture. We look at ourselves as a subgroup of African Americans or Haitian Americans or Jamaican Americans. When you travel abroad, those subcategories, they disappear.
Correct.
And people just see you as American. And it's important to understand that as you're traveling abroad and as you're serving on these, whether it's a corporate board with a fiduciary responsibility or just a business relationship, it's important to understand that although you are an African in the diaspora, and by the way, many African countries really want to do business with Africans in the diaspora, but understand that you are viewed as an American first.
That's just part of the education. You got to be educated to understand that. You don't even have to go to Africa to understand that, especially here in Miami. You go to any of the Caribbean islands, you begin to understand, not only when they come here, they are Haitian first, they're Cuban first.
That's right.
That's just what it is. They might have their differences within their own communities and their island nations and whatnot, but 100%, this is who it is. So I represent the entire, culture, the entire island. I think that's where we have had some issues around because of our experience. You are the whole American experience. I had a conversation today with somebody from Europe, from London. Yeah. I had a whole conversation around that, what that was like, and understanding that we are truly still very much so a melting pot of many different cultural things. But as I tell anybody in Miami, you can come to Miami and you'll see a lot of different things. But guess what? A lot of things are still in English. Okay, you need to understand English. You will transact business in dollars.
Right.
So that's still king.
Exactly, exactly. Even people don't understand there's even differences between the United States and Canada, right? We're all, we're both English speaking, but at the same time, if you go to the prairies in Canada, that western part of Canada that sits on top of Oklahoma and Montana, that part is called the prairies in terms of their provinces. They are still very it's very entrepreneurial, it's very cowboy, it's very different culturally than Eastern Canada, French speaking, right? Or far west Canada over to Calgary. And so, just like within the United States that you were saying with Miami. That's why, people don't really get sometimes how important understanding things through a cultural lens really is. Because we also have a saying that business is easy, but people are hard.
Yeah.
Right?
No, what you said, the culture, I don't think, especially when people are making their strategic plans, their business plans, if you don't factor in culture,
that's right,
you're already behind the 8 ball. You're already fumbled. You've already lost the game.
That's right.
Because that is the number one thing you need to understand. And culture is constantly trending and changing. And that's why when people, they bring out a new technology or something new, and they're like, wow, I didn't expect that to explode like that. Well, you didn't really look at the culture, how that would impact.
That's right.
Wow, that's really going to go big because of the society and what they like to do.
That's right.
Some people are like really big into food. You're going to really start a conversation with somebody. You start talking about food. You're like, oh my God, difference. I'm telling you, I could be on the show and I could tell you, I say, you know what? Who makes the best rice in the Caribbean? And I tell you, every single one. Oh, we would never get off this show like, oh my God. It would go on and on. I've seen this and I'm like, wow. But they are all a little different because they do things a little bit different, but they love talking about it. And then they'll try each other. But that's culture. Just like I just brought that up, you tied right in. Everybody can relate to that, right?
That's right.
So you find those commonalities that you can have true discussion. But I like what you're saying about you need to understand the culture. I'm sure your cohorts and what you're doing from Be Direct, you're leading with that because this conversation we just had, once we got into culture.
That's right. Which is why in our training process, so the training is actually 8 months. The cohort meets once per month for 4 hours, and 2 hours of that is dedicated to actual technical skill set training around corporate governance. But the other 2 hours of each session is dedicated to cultural dexterity. And we have these integrated case studies in which people can take a case study and talk about it from a technical skill set perspective and talk about it from a cultural dexterity perspective, because it is so crucial to understand both. And you will not be successful whether you're talking about Asian culture, Indian culture, African culture. You will not be successful unless you understand the cultural nuances.
Yeah.
Sometimes people will smile and be very polite, and you will get absolutely nowhere.
Right.
Right, because they don't necessarily want to offend you.
Sure.
But at the same time, you are not coming to them, meeting them where they're at. And so from their perspective, we can't do business together because we really don't understand each other. You're not trying to understand who I am. You're in essence trying to push your culture on me. Mm-hmm. And I am not going to allow you to do that. And so I will be very polite.
Yeah.
I will do all of the right gestures, but you will get zero in terms of moving business forward.
Totally. And rightfully so. That's just be respectful, of that. And like I said, when in Rome, do as Rome. I mean, when I go to other and I know I'm in a situation where the different languages being spoken, I make it I do what I can to understand the culture or the language. I've got apps now, thank God, that you can speak into and get some and they love it. They light up like, oh my God, you understand what I'm talking about? Like, right. So you can start to break those barriers.
That's right.
Down, and then we can really come together as people and really enjoy ourselves. Tell us just a little bit more about, and I know you touched on this some, but they need to understand. I know you're dealing with the VP level and above, but also you need to understand revenue dollars, that you're managing businesses that are multi-million dollar at a certain range to really be reflective.
That's right. So the companies that we are targeting on the African continent are in the multi-million-dollar US range. So you're looking at 10, 20, $30 million and above US in terms of revenue. And primarily because you have to have a company of a certain revenue range in order to really decide that you need to have a corporate board, that you need to have a corporate governance structure. So we're looking at, mid-size to large companies, both private and public, in terms of being able to place folks on those boards. We're also working with the U.S. Department of Commerce, and I didn't realize this until I started in this business, that the U.S. Department of Commerce actually has foreign diplomats stationed in different countries. Right. We all know that the State Department has foreign diplomats in the U.S. embassies, right? Because that's a part of who they are. But in addition to that, the U.S. Department of Commerce also has foreign diplomats in different countries, and their job is to connect U.S. businesses with businesses in that country. And so we have a very strong relationship with the U.S. Department of Commerce and their foreign diplomats in Ghana, their foreign diplomats in Kenya and South Africa, where they are vetting companies on our behalf to make those introductions for businesses that are open to having U.S. Black executives. And here's one other thing. We specifically say Black executives and Black entrepreneurs. We do not use the context African American. And it goes back to the point that you made earlier. If you're a person of Haitian descent, if you're a person of Jamaican descent, if you're a person of Ghanaian descent that happens to be living in America, you don't necessarily consider yourself an African American. You may consider yourself a Haitian American, or you consider yourself a Jamaican American. And so we specifically use the term Black executives and Black entrepreneurs because we are Africans in the diaspora. And so we try to, make sure that we are as broad as possible in that definition. But we try to make sure that we're taking folks and making those connections for them with businesses on the continent who see value. And that's the other key thing, is that we tell people that are coming through the program that you have to show immediate value to these corporate boards, right? You have to show that you're coming with industry experience, you're coming with functional skill experience, you're coming with the ability to open up new geographic markets. You have to be able to make the business case why this CEO and this board should choose you over someone in country, right? So that value proposition has to be strong enough to say, here are the skill sets that I'm bringing to the table, whether that be around supply chain or technology or sales and marketing, or I'm bringing fintech experience, or I'm bringing med tech experience, or I'm bringing consumer packaged goods experience. What value are you bringing to this board that's going to help this company grow and scale, that they are going to make the choice to choose you over someone from South Africa, over someone from Ghana, over someone from Kenya. Now, the feedback that we have received is many of these boards are hungry for this external thinking, because many times these board of directors are made up of people not only from the same country, but from the same region of the country, right? And so many are eager to have kind of an outside of the box thinking in terms of, okay, you are bringing something extra to the table that I can't get from someone else, right? At the same time, you have to be able to, going back to that conversation that we just had, you have to be able to understand the cultural nuances, right? Because even if you are bringing supply chain, you're bringing sales and marketing, you're bringing all of these skill sets in, you have to be able to understand how that fits into the larger picture so that you don't make someone feel uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So that you don't slight a person, not even knowing that you're slighting a person, right? Because the reality is all of us carry biases, right?
True. Yeah.
We all carry biases. And so what we try to do is understand through skill set tools, through personality tools, that we actually take these classes through. We take them through these different leadership tools so that they can understand what their biases are. And that's a part of that training. So that you understand what your bias is, what you're bringing to the table, and then we can now say, okay, now how does that figure into how you're now dealing with someone from a different culture?
This has been wonderful, Henri. I mean, we have we've taken a lot of time, but very valuable information that's being shared. And I want to thank you. I want to thank your whole team for being a part of this, and that you continue to support the Black Business Expo, and that you're utilizing this as a way to get your message out there. We want to make sure we continue to push your message out there, so we knowing people so they can get involved, understand that process. And I like how you also said that these corporations are helping the sponsor, so you're not having all comes out of your pocket for everything.
That's right.
There's buy-in from these from corporate America.
That's exactly right. And the value prop for corporations is a couple of things. One, it ties into many of their diversity initiatives. Although we also know kind of the whole DEI thing is kind of on shaky ground right now for many companies. Many companies see that as kind of yesterday's news, unfortunately. But it ties into their diversity initiatives. It also ties into their talent attraction and retention initiatives. For instance, we're working with key folks in talent acquisition to say, here's a way that you can offer this as a part of your compensation package to bring in talent, right? So in addition to talking about just base compensation and equity and bonus, now for a Black executive, you can differentiate yourself by saying, we will also sponsor you with this executive leadership program, this corporate board training program. As a retention program for existing executives, it's a way for companies to say, we are investing in you, right? We see you going higher in the organization. And for that, we are willing to invest in you to make sure that you see, value in us in terms of that investment. So both, it's a both and. Angela, how are you?
Yes, that was powerful. Thank you for sharing. Great conversation. So is there any way that if someone wanted to reach out to you, how could they contact you?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We would ask that they go to our website. That's www.globalboarddirector.com. All one word, www.globalboarddirector.com. And in there, it will bring up the BDirect website. We ask that you would click on the U.S. Candidate box. And there's also a box that says apply now, and we can get your information from there. And we will be more than happy to respond back to you.
Awesome. Well, you have a great evening. Thank you
Thank
for
you so
joining us. Always remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Grant.
You're most welcome, Henry. Bye-bye.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's being displayed, $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops up to $5,000 to 10 students. The students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for September: North Carolina 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Ritchie Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margin McLean Foundation, Hello LC, Genius is Common, Follow the Brand, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shawnee Global, Executive Women Success Institute, Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com blackbusinessexpoUSA.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Hi, I'm Barbara Smith. Genius is common. My genius is executive coaching and professional corporate training. As the master executive coach and corporate training ambassador for the Genius is Common movement, I help business owners craft their stories in such a way that you know exactly what they do, what they have, and what they bring to the table. Many times as business owners, we are asked, so what do you do for a living? And we could be crushing in our businesses, but we're not quite sure exactly what to say in a short amount of time. Well, I help you take those stories that are the reason why you're in business and why you're so passionate about your business and craft them in such a way that people are drawn to you as opposed to being repelled by you. Because every conversation, every time you talk to someone about your business, you are excited about it. But are you really conveying what you do, what you have, and what you bring to the table? And do really people understand why you care so much and why they should care that you have the solution to their problem? Well, I'm here to help you with that. As a master storyteller, I can help you with your stories and spin them in such a way that they are intriguing and fascinating. People want to listen to you talk about your business. That's why at the Genius is Common movement, I am the master executive coach and professional training and
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Angela Baptiste, and I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. This afternoon, we're going to be talking with Grant McCall will be talking with Dr. Tondra Price. And just wanted to share with you about Tondra. She is a global networking strategist, a communications expert, and award-winning international keynote speaker, over 30 years of entrepreneur experience. She trains individuals, corporations, and business owners worldwide on communication strategies that help to build relationships, help and to establish rapport and cultivate mutual trust and respect. Tondra coaches corporate leaders and employees to live, learn, and lead with stronger collaborative skills and greater creativity. Tondra is affectionately known as the networking ninja and is the leading authority on igniting innovation and creating environments that foster success. She facilitates multi-client multi-city, networking groups and events around the country and on social media. With 6x gold medals for Black Speaker Olympic, adorning her accolade, Tandra's expertise has earned her invitations to speak on major corporate stages across the country. Let's welcome Tandra as she comes to discuss with Mr. McCall about what she's doing in our community and how she's shared her wealth of information with us. Welcome, Dr. Tandra. How are you?
Hello, how are you? I'm super excited to be here.
Awesome. Well, welcome, welcome, welcome. Dr. McCall is coming in. Yes, here he is. And he'll be talking with you to learn more about what you're doing.
Awesome.
Oh, how are you doing?
I am doing great. How are you doing today?
I just got an upgrade. I got a PhD and a doctoral all in a few minutes. I'm feeling like I'm feeling the love here. This is great. I got an honorary doctorate from the Black Business Network. This is good. So, Dr. Price, what she said about you was phenomenal because you're always doing so many things that are impactful for the community. It's impactful for women. It's impactful for anyone that really wants to elevate their game. How are you doing all those things?
Well, you know what? I take it one step at a time when I'm doing them. I really try to focus on what my clients' needs are and make sure that we align them, strategically align them with programs that fit where they're trying to go with. I know when we really first started out this platform, and we started off conversations over coffee, which was one of the platforms that we were using to gather women all together to find out what the juggles and struggles of their business was. It just kind of took on a whole new meaning to find out what is it that you really need help with that can help you to elevate in your business. And so we've just been doing that and having an amazing time.
Well, you love people and you love what you do. That passion resonates with you. It's all over the place. You've got a magazine. I mean, you were producing all this stuff we just said. You're producing a magazine. You're featuring all these high-powered people. I'm asking you again, how do you have the time to do all of that?
You know what? Listen, when we started the magazine, I was really doing it to change the networking space. Like I said before, I was hosting my own personal women groups. There were 10 to 12 women groups. And one of the main things that women always would say, or entrepreneurs would I say, no one was promoting me. No one would promote me. And so, you know what? I had a quiet time and a thought and some prayer with God, some conversation with God. And I said, listen, we have to be able to change the networking space and have it to where women can truly be promoted. And we came up, me and my team came up with the magazine, and the magazine is just doing amazing. It's taking each individual to put them on the front cover and be inside of that publication with other amazing influential leaders that are doing amazing things in their community, and they are promoting each other. Who wouldn't promote their own magazine if they was on the front cover of it to their friends, colleagues, any type of groups that they do? And we really help them to take advantage of that, not just having a magazine sitting on the shelf, but listen, it's your microphone of your brand. And we try to make sure that it is shouting out loud for you.
And you've done a great job of that. I mean, you are known for stellar networking. You actually teach people how to network, how to show up and be memorable about what they're doing. How do you got time to do all that?
You know what? It's really, it all collaborates together. We have an amazing team that we all work together, that we put these amazing products together. And just with the collaboration with other different communities, such as the Black Business Network, we bring in other people and adding value to their business. I mean, sometimes I could just bring people into the program and they can connect using the power of networking, and they can connect with other people and help to build their platform. See, it's all about building those resources that we have. A lot of times, we kind of scale back or don't want to give other people resources. But I always say I'm a fan of collaboration because we're in this entrepreneur business together. We can't do this thing by ourselves. We have to have experts just like you to come in and say, hey, this is a program that we're offering and this is what we can help you. And without those resources, then you know what? It's hard to elevate to the next business. We're just going to keep spending money after money after money. And we're not ever going to get into the right programs that we need in order to be able to impact the community that we're trying to do.
I totally believe. believe in what you're doing and understand what you're doing. I'm into branding as well, personal branding, because in this new digital age, you've got to be visible. You cannot just be invisible. You can't depend on just word of mouth. You still need word of mouth, but it's a slower medium in which now in the digital age, it's called speed to market, STM, speed to market. You've got a person's attention span, maybe 8 seconds, maybe even less than that, to actually get them to focus on what you're saying and what you're doing. And then once they decide to focus on you, guess what? Now you've got to be able to bring it. You've got to be able to bring it. Now I'm going to give you another 2 minutes. You bought 2 more minutes, right? So give me another 2 minutes. And you've got to be able to show value about who you are and what the big problem that you solve on their side of the ball. Because if you're solving my problem, I guarantee you, I'm going to start listening because I'm in pain. It's like, oh, wow, you have a solution to my situation. You've been through things. I understand what you're saying. So you can then build that narrative, but you've got to be visible. I see this time and time again, day after day. I'm a LinkedIn fan, right? I'm a big fan of LinkedIn.
Yes.
That's where my audience is, and it's there. But when I see other people, when I'm saying specifically, we're on the Black Business Network, and I see other Black entrepreneurs, and they're not being visible. They're being very, very low key in putting their message out there. I want them to take a page out of some of their children's book, because you go to Instagram, they're like, blah, 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 but they're getting attention. Not to say all their content is the greatest, but they're getting it. They understand this digital economy. What do you have to say about that? What's your 2 cents on on social media?
Well, you know what? First of all, I'm going to go a famous quote from Nikki Giovanni. You have to find a way to let people know that you are there. And if you don't, then guess what? Your business is just going to be stagnant. It's going to be sitting on your counter, not doing anything. And you're right. I think what happens is a lot of entrepreneurs fail to incorporate that marketing budget. Because see, one thing I do know is that if you are not visible and in front of your audience, guess what? They're going to do business with someone who is visible more than you and selling the same product and service as you. Now, listen, why aren't we being visible? Because you want people to knock on your door. I think a lot of times in this age, people feel like they have to get all the other things in line first. Yes, you do have to do that, but a steady the long way, you have to be visible. There's a statistic to say that you need to be in a publication anywhere between 12 to 20 times each year. Now, listen to what I said, 12 to 20 times each year. That's powerful. That is so powerful. Just like I said earlier, Tapped In Magazine puts you on that cover and it becomes your microphone. It becomes your conversation piece. It's just not a magazine. It's a statement that we're making. Like, what does your brand really say about you? And here's the cool thing about it is even on social media right now, there's so many different platforms that you can, get your message out, but you have to be clear, concise with your message. See, you can move that message so quickly. I mean, how do we think influencers now are? They are making their own billboards. Let me give you an example. There's some major influencers out there, but do you think they're out there doing all that promoting by themselves? No, they made themselves very visible into the community. And now people are clicking on there. Look, they're taking this handy anything and they're clicking on whatever they're doing late at night. See, they got their own billboard going. And that's what I tell people all the time. Once you're clear and concise about what your message is, you can build that walking billboard, because when people know exactly what you do, who you are, and how you move and the experience that you get around them, guess what? They're going to be telling everybody. I mean, how do we think some of these major big people have gotten to where they gotten? They didn't get it by themselves. I mean, even if you look at overnight success with the new millenniums, guess what? They had to do something several different times, whether it was on TikTok, Instagram. They had to get somebody's eyes on them, right? That's visibility. Somebody had to get their eyes on them to say, hey, I like what this guy is doing. I like what this is doing. Each time a new thing comes out, whether it's thread or whatever, somebody is getting their eyes on them. They're putting enough people in their community to say, hey, listen, go out here and talk about this. Go out here and share this. Go out here and do this. Go out here and do that. And that's how they are being visible. Visibility is the new currency. Yes, it just is. It's the new currency. And if you don't understand how to get your business out there. Listen, you have Grandma Gall, you have Tandra Price with Type the Magazine. I mean, we can help you move the needle, but we can do it in a way that people will remember you. See, it's not just about getting your message out there. Like, who's going to remember you within the next 24 to 48 hours if you ain't got nothing very impressionable to show them? See, a lot of times they just be talking. They just be talking. But guess what, Joe? You talking, but ain't nothing landing, right? We got a message that's going to be clear and say, hey, and you know what? The thing about it is visibility gives you results driven. I mean, the more visible you are, the more results your business can get. And then you can share that message with the other people and the other people and the other people. I can keep on talking about visibility.
But you're talking the right language. You're on the right level. I want to share something with you and the audience that because of my visibility, because of my consistency, because I put things out in not only just social media, but in Google. And what it was, I actually got some training from a world-renowned brand master. His name is Dennis Hu, YU, right? And Dennis is he's a master of his craft. When Microsoft, Zuckerberg got in trouble behind some of the 2016 election and what Facebook was doing behind the scenes and selling ads, and that they called him up, him about how this digital technology works and these algorithms and why this is important and why it's not important. And he gave me some tips on how to make myself more visible. And what you want to be able to do, if you right now Google my name, you put in Grant McGaw, Google is going to pop up what we call a knowledge panel. When the AI, the artificial intelligence, knows who you are, it'll begin to promote you on its own.
Yes.
You've got to give it enough information. You've got to be, like you said earlier, you got to be in these publications. If you're in the 12 to 20 publications on a yearly basis, on the level that you need to be to get your messaging out there, you're going to have a knowledge panel built by Google that features your YouTube, it's going to feature your Twitter feed, it's going to feature your LinkedIn, it's going to feature your website, it's going to feature any magazine you've been in. It's a beautiful thing.
It is, and here's the thing about it is a lot of times people, just like you said, you want to get these major contracts, but without that piece that you just said, Mr. McGaw, in visibility, once they go to Google, they're going to go to LinkedIn. And you got to have something somewhere that shows that you are the authority in your industry. And if you don't have that, then you can't expect someone to want to spend $20,000 or $30,000 with you.
Absolutely.
And sometimes we don't even understand that part because you were so busy getting your LLC together. Not to say that you're not supposed to do that, your website together, business cards, which business cards is really not really in play right now. I have some, but I use more of the digital side of it because you know what? It's quicker, it's faster, it's easier. You can make so many more connections, but a lot of times you're right. When you have to get your Google Analytics and all that stuff together and see who's looking at your site, it makes a huge difference in your business.
You can target. Once you know who's there, who's looking at you, where are they coming from, you can get precision, and you want to be precise. All artificial intelligence really is about is precision and it's speedy. And you want, if it's precise and it's very fast, I can utilize it, right? You don't want it to think for you. I'm going to have to do a talk here around 4, and we're going to talk through some of this AI information, how you utilize it for yourself, especially if you're a small business. You could be a small, medium size. You could be a large corporate. They all are utilizing these new technology because, as you said earlier, visibility is the new currency. And if you're not out there speaking about yourself, what's the narrative that somebody else is going to speak about you?
Oh, absolutely. And you got to take it even a step further too, because I mean, like, I don't have time just in my business, just like you mentioned earlier, to send out 100 emails or 100 notifications. I mean, we got to let the automation system of this technology do it for us. I mean, but the only way we can do that is being visible, because guess what? I always like to use right now. I'm going to use Amazon, the Amazon commercial. I mean, you see Amazon lit up everywhere, on every television, on your cell phones, everywhere, because they are saying, listen, I know that my target audience is out there. And the more I show up, guess what? The more they're going to spend on Amazon. And we have to think about it, our business, in that same way. The more we show up, the more we in people's face. I mean, when people pop up my thing now, they see me up, there's Tandra, there's Tap 10 Magazine. Like, you want to be in their face at all times. And you have to look at, what are the ways and the methods and the resources that I could do that with.
Yeah, and there's a lot more now. You brought up something so important. Think about Amazon, and then think about Barnes & Noble. Barnes & Noble been in business way before Amazon ever started selling books. But guess what? They have a different, you never go into side of an Amazon store. When the last time you bought a book on Barnes & Noble? I mean, it's just not their culture really to do that. It's really an in-person type of experience. But that digital experience is doing laps around Barnes & Noble.
And here's the thing too about it. Let's take it even one more step, because even when somebody goes to your website, you want to make sure that it is aesthetically pleasing, that it is easy for them to navigate. I mean, now look at how many, if we're going to keep talking about Amazon, look how many buttons you can go through. It makes it so easy. The website is very clear cut. I mean, it's nice. It's aesthetically pleasing. People can go there and they feel like they're at a shopping mall or a shopping store, whatever product or services they're buying. And it gives you all detailed information. So you got to go back to your website and say, okay, does my website look like this? Is it aesthetically pleasing to my customers? And when it comes there, does it give them all the information that they need? Because if not, they're going to click on another competitor's website that is so much more information. A lot of times, you know what, all the pretty designs and everything is not really necessary if it's not delivering the message and the information that they need to buy from you at that particular time. So we got to kind of think about that as well.
And this is so great. I love talking to you because you get it. You're not just getting it, you're doing it. And as you spoke even earlier, people is tuning in right now and they're listening. You're getting valuable information. You're getting insights. You're getting people that we've learned over time, these things that you don't have to now wait and experience it and do it. No, go fast. This is about being speed to market is so important. As I started early, talked about Barnes & Noble, and then looking at where Amazon is. You start looking at Blockbuster. You're looking at Netflix. What's the difference? They're utilizing the digital platform.
Oh my God, they are, because I mean, like, for those who remember back in Blockbuster days, I mean, listen, you could only go in to get your information. And, back then, I mean, I'm sure they wish they know what they do now, that moving the needle forward. Because listen, here's the thing about it is we got to move with the times. And a lot of times old school still work. I'm not saying it doesn't, but new school, that new stuff is what's coming out now. I call it the new, and we got to get up to speed with that. One of the things, like right now, when we were talking, I had a panelist with another client before, and you were talking about AI. Listen, AI was already invented. Okay. It was already in the making. Guess what? You hadn't caught up to the speed of it yet and really what it could do for you and your business. And so now that it's out, I mean, people think like it's the new thing. I tell people all the time, you got to get out of your box. You got to, like, what's her name say, rock the box, because of the fact that, you know what, if you're not trying to put yourself in other areas of your business to know what's up and coming in the trend in the visibility space, you're going to get left behind.
100%. Yes. We are now in the fourth industrial revolution. And that is, and what's up? People are like, what is that? Everybody understand you went from, the agricultural age. That was the first kind of revolution, right? And then we got into the mechanical age, right? Where production, you can think about how you're making cars. You have the manufacturing age. That was the manufacturing revolution. Then we had the information age that came, and that was really around, let's just say the 2000s, right? Really the 90s to 2000, information age, the internet really started really rolling out. Then we got into the fourth industrial revolution. It came so quick, people don't even realize you're even there. You know, and that's social media, that's mobile technology, that's IoT, which is Internet of Things. That gets into blockchain is what we're starting to hear about. You know, and all these new emerging technology as well as AI. The fifth industrial revolution is coming right on its heels. And what is that? You know what that is? That's the human interaction with all this technology. And if you don't know how to interact and know how to work in this, it's almost like you don't know how to drive a car. How would you be in an industrial society and you don't have a driver's license?
Yeah.
You don't even know how to operate a vehicle. That is what it's like if you don't know how to interact with these technologies, especially from a business to business world, even a business to consumer world.
Yes, I totally 100% agree with you. I mean, as we're talking, I'm even thinking about, you know, my publication. When you look back where Jet was, remember Jet, the magazine Jet, and a lot of these other publications, see, it was always print. I mean, you know, it was always printed. Now you look at how quickly they had to make the shift if they still wanted to stay in business and go digital. See, because of just like what you said, it's that digital age, it's that digital movement that you have to stay abreast with. I mean, even right now, when we started, just giving you an example, when we started our publication, I mean, I probably had maybe 10 online distributions. Now we have Tapped In Magazine has over 350,000. Wow. Look at the speed of where we're going and look at what we're doing within our sphere of getting people noticed. You know, it's making a statement. And just like you said, you have to be on the edge of understanding that, or you're going to be left behind. I mean, most people right now, again, I was just talking with a friend of mine that you don't even have to go to the grocery store.
Yeah,
You
right.
don't have to go to the grocery store. You don't have to do any of that. You know, you could do all this stuff, just like you said, of the speed of technology, how the human stuff is just taken completely over. So, you know what? This is the perfect time. People always ask me, you know, well, when is the perfect time to network? Right now. And anytime you open up your mouth, I believe it's from the time you wake up to the time you go to bed, because we are always talking about something. But not only are we talking about it, let's take the benefits of what this visibility and communication can do for you, the collaboration, and it can get you into doors that you haven't been able to get into before. It can connect you with people who could be your next $1 million client.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So we're going to conclude. We're getting just a few minutes here, but I want to make sure that our audience, they know how to contact you, And if you got anything coming up that they need to be aware of, let's hear about it.
Yeah, so right now, listen, I'm so super duper excited because Tapped In Magazine and the Black Business Olympics are collaborating together on a publication that, you know what, we are going to be doing and kicking it out in November. I'm so excited about this because I truly believe what we're doing is going to be able to help the speakers that come on the platform to elevate to a whole nother level and get their message out. So we'll have some information coming out about the Black Business Olympics and Tapped In Magazine collaborating together and giving you amazing speakers an opportunity to be a part of our publication.
Well, thank you. Thank you again, Tandra. And your email address?
It is tandra.price@cox.net. And if you're interested in learning more about Tapped In Magazine, go to TapIn, that's TAPIN magazine.org. Check us out.
That's what, and I checked you out. And first of all, it's an A+ magazine. A+ magazine. You go to that magazine, you're gonna say, wow, this looks like it's straight out of Forbes or something to that effect. Like, this is beautiful. I'm glad. I thank you for what you're doing, why you're doing it, and you're continuing to do it. And I think with this collaboration now with the Black Business Olympics is just going to elevate your, think about it, every single one of these expos has 150 plus speakers, right?
Yes.
You start multiplying that by 12, you start multiplying that by years, you start to see what I'm talking about. We're talking about speed to market, like, wow, all of a sudden.
I was going to say, right, what you said, speed to market.
Well, all right. Hey, I thank you always for being available.
Yes, thank you.
To be on the show and to be able to bring your wisdom, your knowledge, and your insights all these, so many entrepreneurs that are out here. And what you said earlier, they're concentrating on so many different things, getting their business running, trying to get clients. But you have to have, somebody told me this a little while ago, it's like a phone number. If you don't have the right digits in the exact order, you're not going to ring the phone that you're looking to ring. You're not ringing the phone of that big client or that next client or those few clients because you haven't dialed it in. And I think you are giving people the formula how to dial it in for big success.
Yes. Yes, I am.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.